Ibrahim? Ja? Doorheen bijten. Ja? Komt goed, jongen. Nee, kicking ass.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I can see people are trickling in, which probably means that everyone had a lovely time last night. We have a genuinely packed agenda for both this session and the session to follow. So we do need to be relatively strict on the time. So let's get going. And welcome, everyone. This is a hybrid session. That means there's people in the room and there's people online. You can participate through Meet Echo. And when you speak at the microphone, please give your name and affiliation. If you want to make a comment or ask a question, whether you're in the room or not, you're welcome to ask your question on Meet Echo, and Ed will read out the question for you. And we would very much welcome questions that are asking something relatively basic. We don't want this session to be something which is only for insiders. We want it to be welcoming. That means we've got to make sure that people feel comfortable asking the fundamental questions. And so if you have a question, there's probably other people who also have that question. Feel free to ask the question and you'll get answers. We have a code of conduct. It boils down to please treat everyone else with respect, and they in return should treat you with respect. We would like to thank our scribes. Alan is taking notes for us today, and Mary is doing the stenography. Thank you very much. Genuinely useful, both excellent services. We have minutes from the last meeting. They were published and we got feedback, which is really good, both because it means the minutes end up being better and because it means people are actually reading the minutes. So everyone who commented, your comments are appreciated. Your comments have been integrated into updated minutes. Are there any objections to accepting the published minutes as final and carving them in stone? Seeing no objections, the minutes are accepted.
Good morning, everyone. Shortly after the last RIPE meeting, Erik Bais, our co-chair, sadly passed away. And when Erik asked me to volunteer for the chair position, this was not the moment I envisioned. I think I speak for many people when I say that his absence here is as loud as his presence always was before. And to be honest, I find it pretty difficult to be here without Erik. I've had a few difficult moments already. What's really lovely, though, is that in this community, when something like that happens, there's always some warmth and love. There's always someone to listen, maybe even a shoulder to cry on. And I think that's one of the things that Erik always brought to this community, that in our daily work, we build networks, we manage things, we write policies, but in the end, everything we do is about people first. We are humans first. And I think Erik always was very good in that. And Erik, I think he touched more of our lives, or more people's lives than anyone can know. And I would like to invite or even encourage everyone who's had even a short meeting, a short talk with Erik, to seek out the condolence register that the RIPE NCC was kind enough to set up opposite the registration desk, and write down a little anecdote, a little memory, a little something. Because Erik's family was always very supportive and very proud of the work he did. And maybe reading all your little stories is going to make his passing ever so slightly easier for them. So please, somewhere this week, find a few minutes and write a few words in memory of Erik. Yeah, I will miss Erik a lot. If any other people in this room would like to add a few words, then there is space for that as well. You can hear. Either at the microphones in the room or here. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. It's hard for me to find better words than you already found, but I remember we were sitting, excuse me, actually in Krakow outside on the grass, the working group chairs, and Neil and myself. We made some plans, certain projects and activities we were all going to take on and move ahead. And Erik has always been very active and constructive and engaged and passionate about making this community better. So he really cared a lot about this community and about individuals in this community. And yeah, as you said at the beginning, I have the feeling it's got just a little bit more empty, more quiet, certainly here in this room. And he will certainly leave a gap, and he left a mark, of course, also to this community. And often we take something for granted or someone for granted until we have to miss them. And I will certainly miss Erik here in this community, and will probably remember him for a long time. And yeah, that's all I just wanted to add to this. Thank you.
I think Sander was first.
Hi, Sander Stefan, ex-address policy working group chair. yeah, all the years working with Erik, with coming up with new crazy ideas and policy proposals. Later, he became the chair himself, so he experienced what it was to suffer at the other end. But he always did such an amazing job, and like you said, he was always there for people. And in the run-up to this this meeting, even though I knew he was gone inside, I all the time expected to just run into him at the airport or outside in the smoking area or somewhere. And I still don't fully parse that he's gone. He will be missed a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Natalie?
Natalie Treneman. Now, I don't like to go to microphones. I speak now also, I think, on behalf of my fellow NL crew. I would like to say something about Erik's incredible sense of humor and his dark, sometimes inappropriate, sometimes quite extreme, but always hilarious, giving /24s away at an NL quiz with a huge check. Always finding ways to set a little fire here or make a joke there. And that's what I've been missing in this week tremendously, is that hard laugh and that humor. Okay.
Thank you.
Brian Nisbet. I think, again, and it's what Natalie touched on, it was the joy, and as you said, Alex, the joy in community, the joy in the people who he got to interact with and work with and help. And I think that, you know, as we have with other people who have sadly, you know, members of the community who've passed away, it's taking that inspiration, that joy, and kind of going, how can I be more like that? Maybe not the extreme sense of humor all the time, but you know, how can I bring more of that joy into this community and make it a better place? And that will be my biggest memory and thing that I will carry on.
Thank you. I think we would now like to observe 1 minute silence and remember Erik.
Thank you, everyone. So we do need to return to business. We have a packed agenda today on both sessions. So in order to be respectful of everyone, we do need to be respectful of time. So we're going to ask everyone, when they have questions, to wait until the end of the speaker's talk and then ask the questions at the queue. This is the agenda for our first session, this session. I had a question mark over who would present for the ASO AC, and this is both Constanza and Hervé both presenting. In our next session, we have 3 very packed talks and a little bit of time at the end for open mic, anything that anyone wants to raise. Does anyone want to suggest any changes to the agenda that we have planned? Is there anything that is not going to work for anyone? Seeing none. Does that work? Yeah, here we go. This is our current session agenda. I'm going to invite Constanza and Hervé up to give an update on the ASO AC. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Not very easy to have this presentation just after this moment, but so we will do. It's a current business. Constance Berger and Hervé Clément. So we are currently the two RIPE NCC service region representative for the NRO NC on service and serving for the ASO AC functions. Constance will first present the usual, as I would say, the usual activities of the ASO AC, and I will have few words after that about the ICP2. So you see a lot of analysis about the questionnaire regarding ICP2. I will just say a few words, and it will be developed tomorrow during the community plenary session. Thank you. Constance?
Hello, good morning. Perfect. Women in technique. First of all, it's very hard to speak after these empathic words. Thank you. I knew Erik as well, and he's gone too early. My name is Constance. I was elected to the NRO-NC in the last year, and I wanted to thank you again for the trust. It's really structured, disciplined, and well-educated council. Thank you for the leading of the council, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to introduce what we do. So the Number Resource Organization Council is established to serve the, to support the ICANN and the RIRs in case of address supporting organization staff. So we are a binding unit to inform and synchronize our belongings with the ICANN. How we are organized. We are usually 15 members, each from 3 persons from each region. In each region, 2 members elected at large from the community, and 1 member is appointed by the RIR board. How long do members serve? This is quite different and depends from the region. In between, the electing phase is from 2 until 3 years. What are we doing? So we advise the ICANN board. We oversee the global policy development process. We appoint 2 members of the ICANN board, and we appoint 1 member for the ICANN nominating committee. When does we meet? Usually we meet monthly, and the face-to-face meeting is annual. But in the moment, we have a lot of work, and we will continue later. Next slide. Oh, okay. Thank you. You see here the members of the NRO-NC. You see we have no persons mentioned on the AFRINEC side. And we have one member less in the RIPE NCC. And you see here the Hervé Clément is our chair, and Nicole Chan is our vice chair. She's also in the room here. And Ricardo Patara is from the LACNIC. He's not able to come. We miss 1 person in the RIPE NCC. Yes, Sandra, we miss you a lot. But in case of the rules of the RIPE-NCC is not, Sandra was not able to join us anymore because he was elected to the board. So we are hopefully that we can welcome a new member after this RIPE meeting, and I want to motivate to elect, please. Then we have 3 members on board on the RIPE-NCC side. So next, what are we doing is really transparent. We have annual phase meetings. These are open to observers. The last meeting was in San Juan. The next meeting is in Istanbul, and feel free to join us. Our mailing lists are open with archives. We have a wonderful structure. We have a lot of information on our website. You can find there documents, protocols, informations about ongoing procedures. We have this monthly telephone conference. It's open as well. Global policy development is also a task for us. If NAONC members follow their respective RL policy forum for any proposed global policy, then we are going to coordinate this, and this we want to take over, and we review the rules and try to cooperate in this case as well. The current appointments from the ICANN board is Alan Barrett. He was elected in May of 2025. And Christian Kaufmann, you know him. He's also in the ICANN board. Now I want to motivate the ICANN board seat is it's open for nomination. The nomination phase is from 16 September until the 16th December. Please nominate if you are interested in. You will find all the information on the website. And now I hand over to our very important task for the ICP2. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. ICP2, so we were requested last year by the NRO EC, this time, which is so the body comprised of the 4 current CEOs of the different regions on 2 important tasks to consolidate the governance system globally. So coming back to the NRO EC, Hans-Peter will take the lead of the NRO EC from 1st of November, as Oscar, the CEO from the LACNIC, is stepping down at the end of this month. So just a little piece of history. In 2001, there were 3 regional internet registries, so the RIPE-NCC, the APNIC, and the ARIN. In 2000, the ASO AC proposed a list of criteria to recognize new regional internet registries, and this ICP2, and this is the ICP2 document, which is the Internet Coordination Policy. It was adopted by the ICANN in 2001, and because of this ICP2 and via this ICP2, the LACNIC first in 2002 and the AFRINIC then in 2005 have been created. The ICP2 review project requested by the NRO EC in October 2023 with 2 tasks, because it was important to consolidate this document created in 2000, so 23 years ago. First task is the ICP2 implementation procedures. To be brief, the criteria defined in the ICP2 current document was only serving to create new regional internet registries, but so it was requested to take this criteria into account for the current run of regional internet registry, to have criteria as defined to see if the things are going well. That was the first act. And the second one is to strengthen the ICP2. So in other words, to update the criteria, because in 23 years, the world has evolved. That's the reason why it was requested to do that. So it's something we have done in collaboration with the NREC, with the legals. And now it's very important so to have something very consolidated, to have the advice from the communities, so the regional communities, the ICANN communities, globally. Just an overview of the agenda. So the first task I talk about the taking into account the criteria for the run of a regional internet registry. It's something we have worked in January. It was in Montevideo. We proposed that in February. And it was pretty accepted. And we have worked then to the principal document to update the criteria. And now you have the questionnaire. You can go to the questionnaire, have a view on this criteria, and give your advice. So it's something like strongly support or support, etc., to the criteria. It's nothing something new we have created, nothing from the scratch, but updated and to be sure it's adapted to the current ecosystem. After that, so the questionnaire will end nearly around the 20th of November, and we will be able, after, to analyze that, to take into account, and there will be another round of consultation to the communities to have something consolidated. There is a QR code to the questionnaire, so you can go directly to it, and you have the slide via the RIPE 89 website. And that's it. And one more time, so we will try to explain that more slowly and more completely tomorrow during the community plenary working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And I'd also like to express thanks, not just to the ASO AC, the NRONC, but also everyone else, like from the RIR staffs who put together that questionnaire. It really is a very effective form of consultation. And I would like to urge, again, everyone in the room, you just go and take a look at it, answer the questions that you want to answer. It's a very effective form of consultation.
Yeah, the communication team, for instance, for the region, and so all the staff have been very, very supportive to that. So thank you.
Let me add one. I have one thing to add. It's the time has changed, and so the internet policies, we have to change it as well. So, and this ICP2 policy is from 2001. So please do the questionnaire. That's my favorite and my favorite wish for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I have one comment or question from Jordi Pellet online. I already answered the questionnaire some weeks ago. No feedback received. Not sure if this will be provided in some way or in a collective document. Sorry, if I'll repeat.
Because I don't know if the microphone is working well.
I can. Excuse me, I'll try again.
Yeah.
A question from Jordi Pellet. I already answered the questionnaire some weeks ago. No feedback received. Not sure if this will be provided in some way or in a collective document.
No feedback received is normal, because so we are waiting for people on all the communities to provide a questionnaire, and we will analyze once we will have all, not to add some bias to the answer from the others.
Go ahead, and we'll close the queues after
Rüdiger Volk. I'm not sure whether I missed it. That may happen. That may have happened. What I would be interested in hearing a little bit of outline, what actual changes you have in mind and in the plan for the ICP2. I remember that a year ago at Rome, Randy was giving a really nice talk and pointing out quite specifically problems of the existing document. And I am really looking forward to seeing answers to particularly for that. Thanks.
It will be difficult, so in a few minutes or few seconds to answer all the questions. Perhaps we can go back to the presentation from Randy he has presented last year to see point by point if finally it was answered, etc. That's a good point. Thank you, Rediger. And after that, for instance, so there was 20 years ago, for instance, a big importance of the word of ISPs and so, etc. There are now more actors in the ecosystem, for instance. So the technical of the internet is different. There was some governance events happening after that, etc. So I think we have answered the question, but if you want, so we can go further to that and to answer one more time so around the presentation.
Thank you very much. And Angela, would you like to take the stage?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Dall'Ara, Policy Officer in RIPE NCC, and I'm happy to give you the traditional update regarding the policy development process in our region, the current topics that are under discussion, and also give you a brief overview about what happened in other areas. So, since we left each other from RIPE 88, we implemented a couple of changes in the statuses for the RIPE database. One was coming from a policy proposal that was implemented in July this year. And now you can register multiple IPv4 assignments that have the same contact details and have the same purpose under a unique object with the status aggregated by LAR. This makes it similar to IPv6. In IPv6, you have to specify an assignment size. In IPv4, this is optional. You can have different sizes of the assignments included in this INetNum object. Then we implemented also the allocated assigned PA for IPv4. This is a particular case because you can modify your allocation INetNum whenever you assign it is entirety to your infrastructure or an end user. So in this case, you can just modify the status of the INetNum object. This was implemented in May and was following the discussion in the database working group and recorded in the WIS release 1.1.2, if 1.112. And these both changes updated the IPv4 address allocation and assignment policies for the RIPE NCC service region. Currently, this document is RIPE 826. Then what do we have now? And you will see today during the session, what we have now under discussion are two policy proposals, both regarding IPv6. The first one is revising the IPv6 PI assignment policy. And the discussion phase ends on the 22nd of November. It's touching on many topics. It's reviewing a bit the usage, the assignment size, the practice for assignments, and how can I say, the renumbering of assignments, providing only one assignment instead of multiple assignments in some cases. Tobias will tell more about that. And then we have another policy proposal that is suggesting to extend the current /29 to /28 for allocations in IPv6. and Jordi and Rins will give you more details about this proposal. For this proposal, the discussion phase ends on 12 November, and both are affecting RIPE 738, the IPv6 address allocation and assignment policies. Then we have a suggestion for a proposal from Remco. Here you have the link to his post in the mailing list to simplify the assignments status, to reduce them, and this would affect RIPE 826, again, the IPv4 address allocation and assignment policies, but would have also repercussions on the IPv6 allocation. So Remco will tell you more about it. For who is new to our PDP, I thought to give a bit of a refresh regarding the PDP timeline. We have a standardized process and is divided in different phases. The suggestion for the proposal is the really initial phase. So Remco is going to seek feedback to see if his suggestion can become a proposal and be submitted to start the PDP officially, while the two policy proposals are in the discussion phase. The discussion phase is used to, let's say, reach a sort of a text that can be a candidate for the new policy. And this is a good moment to make questions, to ask for clarification, to offer feedback, to find an agreement with the proposer for a, let's say, a version of the policy that can be analyzed by the RIPE NCC to provide the impact analysis and also to be discussed in detail in the review phase, provided this is going on with the PDP. I really would like to remind you that if these proposals would go to the review phase, your comments, your objections, or your support should be repeated during the review phase, because during that phase, all comments are counting for the consensus determination that has to be done by the working group chairs. So this sometimes is not clear, but this happens because at that point you are really discussing a policy draft. So repeat, please, your comments in case these proposals are going to the review phase. In the last call, if the proposals are going to the last call, no comments are actually confirming the rough consensus that is being reached at the end of the review phase. So only new objections can be submitted. Just to clarify for who is new and for who doesn't remember how the PDP works. What happened in other regions, going very fast. Let's see if something can be done, will be done in Afrinic if the receiver can manage to have the board reconstituted shortly. I don't know how these proposals will be considered, also because they are already a couple of years old, awaiting ratification for a couple of years. In APNIC, they have no new policy proposal, but they're busy implementing a reduction of the IPv4 assignments for the IXPs. This is similar to the proposal that we of resources for temporary IP resources. If I'm not remembering bad, it should be a /21 for IPv4, a /29 for IPv6, and 8 IS number if I don't remember bad. Then in ARIN, they implemented 4 policy proposals that the last 2 are just a cleanup and editorial change. And the first 2 are actually codifying what was already a practice, because the first one is a slow start. It was a gradual incremental rate in allocations that was already, let's say, not in use since the free pool was exhausted. And the ARIN wait list qualification is a clarification about how ARIN can evaluate the requirements for ISP and users and so on. Then last week, ARIN had a very busy public policy meeting, discussion. There were 12 proposals on the table. The advisory council and the community did a wonderful job in reviewing the manual, and they are still busy. As you see, there are many clarifications, definitions, and so on. So going through the recommended draft policies, we're waiting, let's say, to see what the advisory council is deciding in these days. The recommended draft policies could go to last call. And if you see, there is a set of definition and clarifications. Direct assignment language update comes from the fact that ARIN doesn't make direct assignments anymore and only allocations. And the rest are clarifications and definitions. I don't go into details because more or less the title of the proposals are telling you about the content. Instead, the draft policies, there are also here definitions and clarifications, but there is a reduction of the maximum allocation under discussion for IPv4. At the moment, it's not clear if this is having support or not. They would go to, if this is accepted, it would go to /24 like it is in our region. And the ARIN 2024-8 would restrict the largest initial IPv6 allocation to /20. ARIN assigns allocations in IPv6 to the neighbor boundary. And at the moment, the largest allocation that they issued is 1/16, and this policy would lower the maximum size to /20. All the rest, I think, doesn't change the practice for the distribution of resources and are mostly definition. The last one, IPv4 transition efficiency reallocation policy. If you see, they also provided an acronym for that, just to identify better the proposal, would allow the redistribution of very small subnets for the transition to IPv6 when operators receive a particular subnet dedicated to this purpose. So, but it's a proposal. It has to be decided by the council if this goes to draft policy. In LACNIC, they implemented a couple of proposals that changed the PDP. And the second one is interesting because now they can, the moderators of the PDP can abandon a proposal if it is not worked on for more than 1 year. Before in LACNIC, proposals were, let's say, in standby, they were dormant for a long period. Now, after 1 year, they can be abandoned. And LAC 2023-6 allows also DNS root service operators from outside the region of LACNIC to receive resources from the special global critical infrastructure pool. Under discussions, they have two proposals. One is to allow temporary transfers in the region, and the other one is to create a page where there is a log where they make visible the assignments made from the pool of IPv4 addresses that are reserved for critical infrastructure. And they are going to be under discussion, I think, the second one until the 4th of November and the first one until the 11th of November. So if you have any comment, provide it really soon. And as usual, I leave you with the useful link. The first one is the RAR Comparative Policy Overview. Is updated every 3 months with the main aspects of different policies in different RARs. And the other ones are the links to the policy manuals and the policy proposals in different regions. And with this, I'm done. If you have questions and you want to keep them for later, you can also write to me to pdo@ripe.net.
Thank you very much, Angela. We have time for one question.
It's just a clarification. I'm Carla from APNIC. So just a clarification on the Prop 156. The temporary assignment is for conferences and events only. So that's just a 6-month temporary assignment, so it's not a general one. The details are in the deck, but I just wanted to make a point of clarification there.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you. Ed, do we have anything online? We don't have anything online. In that case, Angela, thank you very much. And we now have Marco coming to the stage, and we're not going to let him go until the coffee break. Thank you, Marco.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marco Schmidt. I'm the manager of RIPE Entities Registration Services, and I would like to give you the regular update from my team. What do we see and where policies working, not so good working, what we do with our procedures. But first I want to say that I feel already that for me personally, this is not such a regular update due to the very loud absence of Erik Bais. I worked with him in several policy proposals that he did. He usually moderated this session. He asked questions. He was supportive. He was challenging when it was needed. So I really miss him. And I also think one of the best things that this working group actually can do in memory of Erik Bais to continue this very important work that this working group is doing for the registry in our service region and in this for the good of the internet. I think that's very important. And then to go into my updates, first I would like to tell you a bit about what's going on with IPv6 allocation transfers. To the ones of you that have been at the last RIPE meeting in Krakow, you remember there was a very intense discussion on this observation that there are few members that are stockpiling, collecting a lot of IPv6 allocations through transfers. And there was a clear guidance from this working group actually that the RIPE NSC should try to prioritize the policy requirements stronger, meaning an LAR can get one allocation without much justification, but everything additionally would need to pass through a need justification. And we are doing this since June. We still apply a more flexible approach. So if we see there is something usable, the allocation and transfer is partially used and so on, but other thing is unused, then we come to an agreement that maybe the unused resources that the receiving party has instead are being returned. Also, if it turns out that both parties actually don't want this allocation anymore, but they also don't want to go back to their CEO to have the transfer agreement signed. Then we say, okay, we process the transfer and the receiving party returns the space straight away afterwards. It's maybe not so good for the statistics, but it's in a more practical approach. And I think that helped that overall there's a pretty good acceptance what we observed by the members, and only a few expressed some disagreement, and we are working on it also to make it more clear, make people more aware even before they are submitting allocation transfers of IPv6 type, what this requires. And yeah, it is effective because we still allow transfers where it's needed, and unused address space in the sense of a good address management is being returned. Looking at some numbers, so basically the last 4 months we do this adjusted approach, and I looked at the previous 3 periods of 4 months, and you can see a clear drop basically. So before until May this year, there was a huge spike even in allocation transfers, more than 800, and in the last 4 months it were 79. And even of those 79, there were around 30 for such cases where, in order to ease the process for the 2 parties, the resources were transferred but then returned straight away afterwards. And also it's good to know we have cases where allocations in use are being transferred, and there is a good need for it, and then of course we support that. We also apply a similar approach, a bit more softened for LAR consolidation. So one member with multiple LAR accounts, they can request an allocation for each account, but also the policy talks per account, per LAR. So if then they try to consolidate that, then we also check if they actually is the utilization requirement, the policy requirements are met. We also keeping an eye out. It is possible that a member, an LAR, got an IPv6 allocation, they transferred it away because they don't need it, and later they want another allocation. That can happen, there are good reasons for it. But if somebody would like to do this again and again, then we would challenge this a bit more. But that's so far not happening. And we're also planning, if workload allows it, to actually some audits of members with many IPv6 allocations to understand better their need and if this is compliant with our policies. Next update that I would like to give is about IXPs and IXPs assignments. Around 1 year ago, there was a policy proposal accepted by this working group to reduce the default assignment size for IXP, the IPv4 assignment size from a /24 to a /26. So the one of you that don't know, we still actually have a dedicated IPv4 pool for internet exchange points only. And if an internet exchange point fulfills the requirement, we can provide them IPv4. And at RIPE 85, basically I presented that on the current consumption rate, this pool would deplete in a couple of years. And there were concerns because this critical infrastructure is needed. So a proposal was discussed and reached consensus to provide smaller assignments by default and bigger if justified. So now 12 months have passed. It's good to have a look what happened there. And you see here the numbers of approved IXP assignments over the last 5 years or so. And the dotted line shows from which moment the new policy kicked in. And you actually see, yes, there is a little reduction or there is a reduction in requests, but still requests are coming in and are being approved. So also these assignment sizes are useful for IXPs. And if you then look actually at the amount of address space handed out, due to the smaller assignment size by default, you can see a big difference here. So before per quarter, we handed out several thousands of IPv4 addresses to IXPs. Now this amount is significantly lower. It's around an average 1/26 per month. And if you keep in mind that currently our dedicated pool of IPv4 for IXPs is a bit more than a /16. If you do the math, you come to an estimated depletion date somewhere in the next century, which is actually probably nobody in this room, if nothing changes, will see that depletion. And I think that is mission accomplished for this working group. So I think it's a very good success story. Another update I want to give is about temporary transfers. You saw in Angela's presentation other regions actually discussing such policy changes. In our region, temporary transfers exist since quite a while. So somebody wants to make a transfer, it can be permanent, it stays with the other party, or it can be for an agreed period of time, and then it goes back to the offering party. And at RIPE 86, I presented on that one, especially that we observe some very short and very long transfer periods, which are a bit confusing. Also that by design, there are different rules about temporary transfers because there's no holding period. There's also, it cannot be transferred further. And we actually foresaw quite some complications if something would happen to the involved parties during the transfer period. And on the last point, I have actually good news. A few weeks ago, the Executive Board approved a change to the RIPE entity transfer procedure. So not a policy, the procedure under which we are working that is based on a policy. And thanks to a very good collaboration with my colleagues from the legal team, especially Theo, so big shout out to him, we actually clarified now in this procedure what will happen if something happens to the parties during that transfer period. If something happens to the receiving party, they are a member, they terminate the membership, they're an end user, they lose the sponsorship, they can't find a new one, or they might be even subject of EU sanctions. In those cases, it's pretty clear it goes back to the offering party, and we have this now documented. And if something happens to the offering party, they terminate the membership, then in this case, at the end of the transfer period, it will be deregistered the space because the member doesn't exist anymore. If it's an end user and they don't have a sponsorship anymore or cannot establish a new one within the official documented periods, it also would be deregistered. And for the case that the offering party becomes subject to EU sanctions, the RIPE NCC would take control of this address space at the end of the transfer period. We would set it aside and it will wait there until that member hopefully will be not longer subject of an EU sanction. There's still something that this working group maybe can consider to take action or not. We still receive transfer requests just for a few weeks, which costs a lot of work. And we also receive extremely long transfer requests, 10 years, the maximum is almost 20 years. So it could be a consideration to define, because currently in the policy there are no specifications about temporary transfers to, does it make sense to make any reasonable transfer periods documented there? So that would be food for thought. And the last topic that I have is also related to transfers, transfer statistics that we publish on our website. Here's a screenshot below. And what we are publishing currently is very restrictive defined by the RIPE transfer policy. So I quoted it here. So we published two involved parties. We published the original range, the transferred range, what type of transfer it was, a policy transfer or merger, and the date. However, there actually are, we also sometimes get additional requests, or we get requests for additional information. People would like to know actually in which country those parties are located. Is it a permanent or a temporary transfer? So I just mentioned that temporary transfers are a bit strange because if you look at the transfer statistics, it appears that the same party at different times transfer the same range to different receiving parties. So it's currently missing this information. So it would be probably beneficial to show that, and I want to actually ask this working group, do you think that the policy requirements should be seen as a minimum standard and that the RIPE NCC, based on need and on observed and justified requirements, provide more information in the transfer statistics? Or, of course, the other option would be run the BTP, extend this very prescriptive list, and do this update. That is the end of my first presentation. I'm looking forward for comments and questions.
So, Hi, Wolfgang Tremmel, DKIX, one of the co-authors of the revised IXP policy. Question, how many of the new IXPs were actually happy with the /26 and how many immediately asked for a larger network?
Don't have the exact numbers in the top of my head, but overall there was not big discussions and so on. So when we received the request, it went actually pretty smooth. And of all the assignments that we handed out, it was mostly /26, and I think one or two could justify a /25. So yeah, it went smoothly.
Good.
Gerd Döring. Yeah, thanks for the update. Thanks for the clarification on the transfers, what happens if there's a sanction or close down or whatever, because that is helpful just to understand what you do and why you do it. And that seems to make sense. On the question of the transfer statistics, my personal feeling is that we shouldn't micromanage you. So if you say it's useful to add these columns, please do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Clara Wade, AWS, speaking for myself. Great to see the implementation of the changes to IPv6 transfer procedure having the needed effect. So great job on that. In terms of temporary transfers, I think if we're receiving requests for just a few days, and especially considering we currently do not have transfer fees, and this increases costs for NCC staff and diligence checks, yes, we should definitely have a minimum period, I believe. And I guess the community will probably look to you to determine what is reasonable there in terms of use cases. And in terms of statistics, I agree that we trust your judgment in terms of what should be reported. And I think categorizing whether it is a permanent or a temporary transfer would also help us understand what the current situation is a little better.
Thank you.
Ed, could you give us a comment from Meet Echo?
Sure. There's one comment online from Jordi Pellet. When I discuss about temporary transfers policies in other regions that don't have them, APNIC and LACNIC, suggesting minimum or maximum periods is always a heated discussion. If the folks in the room have a different view for this region, I'm happy to work on a proposal. I think a minimum transfer period should be 30 days, not sure about maximum.
Thank you very much.
Tobias, Max Planck Institute for Informatics. I was wondering whether there were any IXP assignment requests that did not ask for V4.
I don't know out of the top of my head. I have to check with my team and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Marco, please don't run away. Thank you very much. And now we need to ask you to speak again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. And just because you cannot get enough of me, I'm going to stay here, but I promise this is the last presentation that I plan to give during this RIPE meeting. Leo actually asked me around a month ago, there was an open house organized by the RIPE and the C on the topic of personal ASNs, to give you a brief recap and some more considerations after that one. So I included here in the slides the link to that open house, and first of all, to the one of you that might not really be really familiar, what is a personal ASN? Actually, also I have to admit, I had to look it up for a while, or had to get familiar. It's basically that an individual gets an ASN and it starts testing it, deploying it on their hobby network at home to see how things are working and so on. And I also should say that currently in RIPE policies and also for the RIPE and the C, that term personal ASN doesn't really exist in our workflow. We hand out ASNs to legal entities or to natural persons based on policy requirements. And the discussion actually during the open house focused a lot around, okay, how good or bad is our personal ASN? So there were some concerns. Do they actually meet the current policy requirements? Or they maybe tell something that is not really true. Is it maybe something negative for the quality of the data? Is it maybe something impacting the service region concept? But the discussion was, I would say, inconclusive. Yeah, I think it was good to have it. There are actually 2 Labs articles on that topic, representing quite well the different point of views on that one. Taking the perspective from the NCC, I think if really personal ASNs are something that should be encoded in WIPE policy, it would be indeed need a policy change. What is a personal ASN? What are the requirements? But yeah, I'm personally not sure if this is really needed. But actually, I felt it touched upon some wider topics, like where should WIPE ASN being used? So ASNs issued by us, is there any concern where they are being used? And also, do our current policy requirements still align with what is needed in the internet ecosystem? It's a bit difficult to get very good data there, but looking at the service region concept, I had a brief look of the around 38,500 ASNs that we currently issued. Where are the users legally registered? That is, of course, not necessarily where the resources are being used, but it's the first indication. And it's actually, yeah, more than 95% are registered to holders that have a residence that are legally registered in our service region. And yeah, 1,700 there are registered to people living or being organizations registered somewhere else in more than 50 different countries and economies. The largest one are the US with more than 700, then China and Hong Kong. I combine it here. And also there are quite some countries that are known as tax havens. They also hold quite a lot. But we even have holders from rather remote and exotic locations like Brunei, Togo, or Tokelau. But still, if you look at it in the grand scheme, it's a rather small percentage. Then the more interesting part, for me at least, is the multi-homing requirement. Right now, in order to qualify or to justify the need for an ASN, you need to have a new routing policy with at least 2 peering partners. And you only can actually submit the request if you fill in 2 peering partners, and they must be different. But now looking at the reality, what we see out there, so I asked my team to check, okay, what is the visibility? And of all the 38,500, we see actually only half of them appear to be multi-homed. 30% looked single-homed. There might be some that have a backup peer, so that could be also counted as multi-homed, and around 20% is not visible at this moment. And as we were talking about personal ASNs, and personal ASNs are usually related to natural persons. So I looked there, the numbers as well. It looks a little bit less good, but overall also not that different from the overall average. So of course, one approach would be, okay, there's this requirement of the policy that must be enforced, but actually, that's why I put it here also in bold. It might be a good question, is this still relevant? But first off, you also saw there was a significant amount of ASNs not being in use, but I do expect that this number is going down as a result that there will be a charging, there will be a fee from next year based on the charging scheme. And also my team makes special efforts to reach out to unused ASNs, and right now reaching out to members that are sponsoring many resources to review their pile of resources, if they're still all needed, if they're still all sponsored. And we see already that in the last month, so on average between 150 and 200 ASNs are being returned, and I expect this will even pick up towards the end of this year. And I actually also want to use this opportunity to reach out here to everybody. If you are a member and you sponsor resources, have a look at them if they're all really needed, if you still have contact to your end users, is the sponsorship agreement still up to date, and let us know if something has changed. And also spread this information with your peers in your country that might not be so familiar with all the parts of our registry with the new charging scheme and so on. But going back to the multi-homing requirement, is it still relevant? I mean, one reason that it was introduced a long time ago was to a little bit control how many ASNs being handed out, because at the time of the 16-bit ASN, there were naturally not so many. With 32-bit ASNs, there are much more. Several providers, cloud providers, they offer services, bring your own IPs and also bring your own ASN. But usually this is not something being multi-home, because you will be bring your resources and then this provider will basically take care of them. And also good to know that this multi-homing requirement at this moment only exists in our region and in Afinic. And Afinic actually has a policy proposal that is stuck due to the reasons that Angela mentioned before, but only our region currently has the multi-homing requirement, and it still stands there. So that's the end of this shorter presentation. I'm happy to hear comments and questions.
Oh, looks like we've got lots of comments and questions. Gert, do you want to go first?
Yes, beating Tobias to the queue. Thanks for the update. It's interesting to see the different distribution of not visible, multi-homing, and single-homed for these two classes of ASNs. It does make me wonder about the non-personal ASNs, why so many of them are not visible as being multi-homed. On the other hand, there's good technical reasons why you wouldn't just see the second path. So if somebody peers privately, they are multi-homed, but RIS won't see it. So it's not like they're cheating. It might be a thing of visibility. I did read the policy text just now. It says must be multi-homed. And it also says must have a unique routing policy, which is in effect saying the same thing. Because if you are single-homed, you do not have a unique routing policy, because then you have the policy of the network you're attached to. Or you could have a unique routing policy for just your network without even having your own ASN. So not exactly sure technically how to evaluate that at all. I know why the text is there, because even if there's 32-bit numbers galore, they are not free. They cause work for you, they cause costs for us. People complain that the NCC is too expensive. So having some sort of mechanism that makes people think twice before just clicking themselves 20 new ASNs is useful. Now that we actually have the charging back, which I always lobbied for, because I think it's a useful way to, once a year, think, do you really want to keep this? If yes, 50 euros is good. If not, 50 euros is a good incentive to just return it and be rid of it. If we manage to keep that incentive, we can be more loose on the policy side, and that's always the tricky thing here.
Thank you. Tobias, do you want to speak next?
I would give the next person at the mic who arrived also before me the first go.
Urban Sgodolnik, Theo Graz, speaking for myself. I just have a question, what is done with return ASNs, so with numbers, and I would like to have an answer for, so are they just recycled, or are they just, well, not used, and then the next one goes? I would like an answer for 32-bit and for 64-bit ASN numbers.
So indeed, they go into our counting pool, so they are being recycled after 6 months. They go into the available pool. Currently, we don't really make a distinction anymore between 16-bit and 32-bit ASN. So currently what we hand out is, because we start from the largest one, so we hand out 32 bits in that sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself and not for my affiliation, and also a repeated offender in terms of personal ASNs. The first thing is you can actually have a unique routing policy for an ASN, even though you are technically single-homed. if you are behind that AS in multiple locations, and they allow you to adjust how your routes propagate via, for example, community, which might deviate from how that AS distributes its own routes. So unique routing policy and multi-home might not actually be the same. Then I do have one AS 215250, which most likely accounts as single-homed, but is present on a lot of IXPs. And the question then would be, is that single-homed? Is that multi-homed? Basically, I get a full table with that AS from peerings because it's everywhere. But if we say like, well, you have to be multi-homed, it's not really. So I think there's a lot we have to consider. I think pressing more on the unique routing policy might make sense, but then we end up with a policy that is really hard to, well, check, because I mean, there's people like doing research and figuring out how people route. And I doubt that RAs have time for doing like a full-scale study to figure out what somebody is planning to do in the future with the routing policy. Acquiring glass balls for AIs might help. And then there's, of course, this thing with bring your own IP. I am generally a big fan of that because it gives autonomy to users. We are facing a centralizing internet. So I kind of do like everything which gives people the opportunity to relatively easily pack their bags and leave.
Thanks. And also just quickly to respond, indeed, these charts that I show, I did not want to say that, let's say, half of them are in conflict with the policy. Indeed, we need to look at them, we would need to contact them. Are you really multi-home? Which is, of course, lots of work. And yeah, I'm seeing it from that perspective. Yeah, that's a concern.
Hello, Radu Ferdinand from SAX. So you see those whole bunch of unannounced ASNs. Well, other than some very technical reasons, there is one very specific reason that everybody should know about. And I think, well, actually, I'm not sure whether you tag for that reason is route servers. You never see a route server ASN. And even when we ask for a route server ASN, it looks like the process is different. Because you cannot say I'm multi-home to that and that ASN. Well, we could do, but it sounds bad, and we enter to another process. Do you tag those ASNs as such, as route servers? In which case you could put them as a separate case, and we would see how much are not visible because route servers, how much are not visible because some other reasons.
Absolutely. And indeed, this is a very simple view. There are different reasons why something is not visible. Some are just maybe freshly assigned and not deployed yet. Some have been forgotten, and some others are cases, the one that you mentioned indeed.
Ed?
Yeah, I have one comment online from Rinse Kloek speaking for themselves. Seeing the stats about single multi-homed, the additional fee and the other arguments Marco mentioned, I think we can remove the multi-homing requirement.
Go ahead.
Hello, Dominic Dobrowolski, Cisco Systems, but speaking for myself. So keep in mind that many ASNs are used also for businesses, personal ASNs, and many people just don't use their business ASN, don't register as a business, but as a personal natural person. Keep in mind, many ASNs are used, for example, for like some unannounced applications for MPLS. It was probably mentioned before. Keep in mind that looking at the whole scale, it's not a big number of ASNs altogether. So thinking about even those unannounced ones, it's looking at the general scale of how many ASNs we have, we're not really facing any problems of ASN exhaustion here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I totally agree. And just if you read the policy to the letter, then we would have to follow up, but there are many things to keep in mind, as you said, for good use of ASNs. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you, everyone who's provided input. Really useful food for thought. We do have one more thing just before we let everyone go for coffee. if you could put the agenda slides up on the screen. There is one we can't have the agenda slides. Okay, so if you go to the, here we go. So this is the slide. Alex and I discussed this, and we got input from Miriam and Neil as the RIPE chair and the RIPE vice chair. We do think there is still a need for a third co-chair of this working group. And this is your 6-month notice that we would like to have the working group select an additional co-chair at RIPE 90 in Lisbon. So we're not doing a selection process today. We're not, pushing anything through too fast. We want people to go away and have a think about what they want from this working group and whether they might be the right fit as a co-chair to work with Alex and me. To help you think that through, there is a job description for RIPE working group co-chairs. It's RIPE 692. There is a training course in the RIPE NCC Academy, and it's pretty good. So if you're interested, please go and take a look at that training course. And of course, you're welcome to speak to Alex and me, Miriam and Neil as the RIPE chair and vice chair, and former co-chairs of this working group, some in the room. And if you want to approach someone from the RIPE NCC to go and get their perspective on it as well, the people from the RIPE NCC would also be willing to have a chat with you. So in 6 months' time, we will ask the working group to select a new co-chair. Over the next few weeks and months, please have a think about whether you would be a good fit and would be willing to work alongside Alex and me. And that takes us up to our coffee break, but we will be back around 30 minutes from now, and we do have a jam-packed second session. So do please come back, and there's a lot to talk about. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back from coffee. We have a jam-packed session today. We've got 3 presentations. We've allocated them each 25 minutes, 15 minutes at the end. So we do want to encourage people who are asking questions to wait until the presenter has finished speaking and then ask their questions. And we might have to cut off the queues if there are a lot of questions so we can get through the agenda. But the mailing list is always open. So if you are in a queue when it is cut off so that we can move forward, we still want to hear from you. Our first speaker is Tobias. Would you like to come to the stage and speak?
Okay, welcome everybody. I'll be looking a little bit over there because apparently that screen doesn't have the slides. So I'm going to talk about 2024-01, the revisal of the PI assignment policy for IPv6. So first of all, this was published in August 13th. The discussion phase has been extended until typo. It's not -01, it's of course 11, so 22nd of November. On the mailing list, there were several points brought forward. So concerns about the charging scheme implications, which are relatively easily addressed because they're out of scope for this working group. There were some detailed suggestions about formulations, things that can be parsed better, that can be more clarified. There were some concerns about the creation of relatively large assignments versus the needed, or the creation of arbitrarily large PI assignments, which was also addressed in revisions I'll be talking about. And I'm sorry, Tech, can I maybe get the slides here? No. Can I get a microphone I can carry? Okay, great. Better. Okay, awesome. And then there were, of course, several questions about how to attribute PI, which I think were relatively extensively answered, and I'm looking forward to an extended discussion about that. Okay, so the goals of the proposal. We want to reduce the registry space fragmentation. So we want to have more on-block assignments for a single end user instead of having like multiple sparsed out throughout the registry space. We want to have a bit more flexibility for end users to do things with the assignments they receive. We want to clarify some of the interpretations of the policy which led to issues when requesting PI for end users and what is permissible and not permissible use. We want to make growth easier handleable. And we also want to make it easier for the RAs to evaluate what kind of PI fits the needs of an end user requesting it. And in the end, this should all converge to more assignments that actually closely fit to what an end user needs. Going into the text and how it has changed. So first to 2.6 of the policy, how to assign. We clarified a bit this thing about sub-assignments and what is and is not a sub-assignment. Clear it's like not allowed to do that, but we cut out the current text about providing another entity with yada, 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 about sub-assignments and added much more clarifications on what is and what is not possible. So for example, in the current policy, there was a discussion about giving, for example, a prefix to a server you have in a rack of your friend. Like imagine you have a /48 for your rack and you want to put a server in there. If you read the interpretation, like the impact assessment of the last change that was intended to allow that, it actually says like, well, it must be dynamically assigned. It must not be statically assigned. If it's statically assigned, it's a sub-assignment. If it is, for example, with router advertisements or DHCP and regularly changes, then it is not, and that actually doesn't distinguish between the /128s. So technically, if you would use a /56 that's dynamically assigned, well, /64 that's dynamically assigned, that would be fine. If you use like a statically assigned 128 for Wi-Fi, that would not be fine. A little bit muddy. So a lot more text to clarify that. Also, like this split of into different end sites, like having like exactly one prefix per end site, has been a bit lifted. So if you're an organization that would have a larger PI prefix, like a 44, you could actually use parts of it in different end sites. Which brings us to our all favorite topic, end sites. So what the proposal does is it changes the definition of end site to distinguish between end sites for PA and end sites for PI. Reason there being that PA and PI are inherently different, as PA usually is not independently routed, while PI is by definition independently routed or not routed at all. So different definitions, so you do not make things the same that necessarily are not the same. For the allocation side, it's basically still the same end site definition we had. For PI assignments, we made clear that this is about the topological location in the RIPE NCC service region. We had this topic also about like the out of region registrations, which we are getting rid of a bit here. And we are re-emphasizing the thing about the routing policies, which in the current version of the proposal, well, of the policy, is lacking an Oxford comma, making it a bit difficult to see what actually means different routing policies and whether that is an independent criteria for assessment. We also define, just a second, how different routing policies can be realized. We make clear that a layer 2 connectivity between two sites does not make them one end site. There was a lot of discussion about this on the mailing list, because why would you want to treat layer 2 like different? If I have an L2 VPN, is that really different from an L3 VPN? And the reason is pretty simple. It's something the RIPE NCC did so far, and we want to stop doing that. Also, there's additional clarifications about placing CPEs in customer locations. That doesn't really make it an end site of yours. And there's a clarification about anycast deployments, that if you do anycast, that is basically just one additional end site you have. Then change to 5.42. It's again in the same vibe to distinguish between assignments made from PA and assignments made from the RIPE NCC to an end user. And a bit more clarification about this notion of what does size mean. So there were in the past a couple of discussions about what does it mean if it's the smallest assignment is /48. Is that the smallest prefix or the smallest total network size? So additional words in there to actually make clear like what is meant by smallest. Then the bulk of the changes is of course section 7, so the provider independent assignments. It opens now with a statement that more specific policies may deviate from this policy, which is due to the IXP PI policy allowing the handing out of /64s at the moment, while at the moment the PI policy does not permit that, because depending on how you read it, you can only hand out 48s. So explicitly allowing that override is essentially just fixing something that was already there and allowing for these policies to deviate. This is the exact sentence that was the matter of issues, like minimum assignment size of the assignment is a 48. Well, a bit more expanded, also adding the example of the IXP LAN, which is the current clear conflict. And of course, explicitly allowing shorter assignments, because that often was an issue discussing with the NCC whether a shorter assignment or multiple assignments of 48 would be indicated if an end user needs more than one single 48. So the operational example here is one end user I know that has 4 48s equally spaced over 44, which of course is not really ideal. Concerning the size, we are basically going for a thing that is basically counting end sites. So one end site, 148. And we're actually planning to do this by nibble boundary. So that's 711, meaning that if you have one end site, you get 148. If you have 2 to 16 end sites, you get a 44. If you have 17 to 256 end sites, you get a 40. And if you have more than that, you get a 36, with that being the maximum PI size, because as said in the previous paragraph, PI is always smaller than the smallest allocation at the nibble boundary, with the smallest allocation being a 32. We just have like a ceiling now. Relatively hard, PI is not PA, it's always smaller. And let's be honest, if you have something that big that you need a 36, you can just become a member. So. Anyway, also there's a suggestion in there, not a strong requirement, because that might be operationally difficult to quickly implement, to leave the next nibble unused. So in case of growth, at least once, there's easy growth because you can get the next nibble, which covers the prefix you already have. So you do not effectively have to renumber if you grow. If you grow again, you may have to renumber, which is part of somewhat conscious introduction of cost there for assignment holders to not go for larger and larger PI, but if they have such a growth mechanic, that they should actually seriously consider becoming a member. Also, these assignments made at the nibble boundary cannot be split and transferred, but they may be independently routed. And I've heard the argument that this would blow up the routing table. Well, thing is, at the moment, these people are getting independent 48s for that need, and those are definitely independently routed anyway. So if you're then requesting a larger assignment under the revised policy, you basically just ask for, can I have more? And if you meet the requirements, which is basically you have enough end sites, you will most likely get it. If you have prefixes already, it should ideally be extended. If you have multiple under previous policy, you should ideally get a choice of like, well, if one of them can be extended, I would like to keep that one and give the others back. And for that, we have a 6-month renumbering period, which is relatively strict for prefixes assigned under the proposed policy. That might sound a bit harsh, but it also works in this mechanic of, well, we plan for enough growth, you can reasonably grow. If you grow significantly more than what is considerably reasonable, you most likely are better off to become a member. Like, think twice before you impose costs on the community. Of course, we also have to deal with legacy in one form or another. Well, legacy in this case, PI assignments made before this policy was put in place, or will have been put in place. You can, of course, always then ask, like if you have now like these 4/48s and a single 44, you can go to the NCC and be like, hey, I have 4 end sites, I would like to have this reevaluated, and they will most likely end up reevaluating you to a 44 because you have more than one end site, and then you most likely get like just this covering prefix and everything is fine. Of course, if there's like the covering prefix, you should like get this without having to renumber. If that's not possible, well, you might have to renumber. The crux here is that all previous issued PI assignments must be returned to the RIPE NCC after renumbering once a new PI assignment has been issued or an existing one was extended. And for assignments made under this policy, that is hard 6 months, and after 6 months you give it back. If it comes from before the implementation of this policy, you get an initial renumbering period of 12 months, which can be eternally extended. And people might be like, well, if we'll allow eternal extension, that's a bit odd. It's like they don't have to give it back. Well, the trick is that this means that this is still mandated to be returned to the RIPE NCC. which is the only blanket exception from transferability we have in the transfer policy. So as soon as you reach that state, you can continue to use it, and you can no longer transfer it. And then we have a provision that if you are receiving a transfer, you are also reevaluated, which is kind of what we're already doing for PA since the last meeting. And if you end up having to be reevaluated because of something you do, like you receive a transfer, or you ask for something bigger and have already more than you need, you once have the ability to actually withdraw your initial request, which means if it's a transfer, it's like you never asked for that transfer, just to reduce the impact of bad surprises for operators, right? Because not everybody closely follows the policy development procedures, so we don't really want to put people into a difficult bind. If this is the case, if the NCC would need to reduce the assignment size and the assignment holder is able to still withdraw the request, they should actually be made aware of that. So, onward. I heard the point that this is a bit complex. Yeah, it has to deal with a lot of complexities and inconsistencies which we already have in the policies. And if you change really tiny things, you all of a sudden might end up with really serious implications. Because what about those people who already have? Or, classic thing, like when I talked about nibble boundaries, first question was, what if you split that assignment and want to transfer 48 out of 44? Because all of a sudden you do no longer have an assignment at the nibble boundary. So that needed a lot of additional things being put into this policy. And finally, to the why. Why are we doing this? Well, to address the operational challenges in PI, which we discussed since Rome, and to facilitate aggregated registration. And what I would like to do now, what I believe is really, really important, and what we had in a limited fashion on the mailing list, is have an actual discussion. Oh, by the way, if we discuss here and you bring out points, please also take your words, put them into an email, and also send them to the list. Because if you just speak here, that does not help the PDP. It gives me a better perspective of the community thoughts on the state of the proposal, but it is not relevant in the context of the PDP. So if you have a point, please say it at the mic, let's discuss it here, but thereafter summarize it and post it to the ML.
We have 5 minutes for questions, and then we need to move on to our next agenda item. So I see Gert moving to the mic.
Yeah, Gert Döring, hi. Somewhat interested in policy. I think this is the first time I actually took my laptop with my notes to comment on a policy proposal, which implies too much text. And that's the main comment, too much text. And my main objection to that is too much text. To qualify that a bit more, all policies need to be workable. And this is adding way too much text to an already complex document. This is not a computer algorithm where a machine will just walk through the steps relevant to it. It's for humans to read. And I can see what you're trying to do, and that is, I might go along with that. But the way it's currently written, it's so complex that I didn't comment on the mailing list yet because I couldn't really find time to make up my mind on the individual bits of it to actually write that down. And that means we need to really look into it. What are you trying to achieve? And can it be achieved with less words?
Okay. This is exactly the problem, how this evolved. So this used to be shorter. And then also in discussions with Angela, there were these things popping up. But have you thought about? Have you thought about? Have you thought about? And I agree with the general point. But my proposal there would be to, in the theme of the current policy, which has grown over years, address the PI problem, and then do to a complex grown system what is a solution to make it workable again, which is what we call a clean slate approach. And I think that is the only approach with which we can actually get rid of this too much text.
That is not going to fly, because if you add all that text now, you will never get rid of it again. I have some particulars that I don't like the end site. The end site is a topological concept. There's no end site for PA or PI. There's an end site that defines what an end site is. So why duplicate that for different purposes? Layer 2. Layer 2 is like a very, very particular specific term. What does it mean? Does it mean if they connect their Ethernet networks, or if they have an Ethernet between their routers and so on?
Yes. So to the second point, what we say is that thing doesn't matter anymore, because those discussions, what you just brought forward, is some discussion you now have to have with an RA. And they will ask you trick questions, whether it's L2 or it's L3. And
yeah,
if
but then the wording needs to be like, if they have an interconnected network, it is considered as this or that. But having layer 2 there, what does layer 2 mean? If I have a fiber, it's not a layer 2. Or if I have a layer 3 routed system, it's not a layer 2. So that we had that in the past. If we were too specific technology-wise in the policies, somebody came and had a very similar use case, but using different technology, and all of a sudden the intent did not apply anymore because the wording were very specific on a particular technology, like ESL, not applying
like
to cable.
L2 is not an inclusive wording. It's like, and this also doesn't matter.
Yes, but what if it's not a layer 2? What is a fiber? Fiber is a layer 1.
Well, if you would have that argument with an RA now, they would say that a fiber is in layer 1. Layer 1 implies layer 2 because you can speak Ethernet and your request gets rejected.
I don't really care about current roughness in dealing with the RS. I care about clear and understandable wording in the policy. If there's friction in dealing with the NCC, this is a particular different thing and might be addressed with text change or with arguing with Marco and Angela about how they implement things.
But the result of the arguing is that.
I think that did go in the wrong direction. So the intent is good, but the currently wording is, I think, unworkable.
So do you have any text suggestions? Like, not right now, but I'll take them via email.
Not prepared right now.
As I said, I take them by email in the next weeks.
I will, since whatever happens here is in the room and everything needs to go to the list anyway, I will send suggestions to the list.
Like concrete text would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Alex, do we have any relevant questions online? In that case, thank you, Tobias. Thank you. Okay, it's time for our second presentation of this session. Georgie and Rinsa are joining us online and will be making a presentation over Meet Echo.
Yep. I don't see yet the slides, so I can move them. Okay, so this is a proposal 2024-02, version 1. Basically, this proposal comes from the work done in the last 2 or almost 3 years. We had a couple, if I recall correctly, a couple of interim meetings. And the idea was to simplify the allocation of IPv6 because one of the problems that many LIRs have expressed is that they cannot really justify so easily their actual needs. And well, there were other inputs that you will see across the next slides. We got some statistics from the NCC, thanks Angela and the rest of the team. Basically, what is relevant, this is just a part of the complete statistics that we got. What is relevant for this proposal is that from a total of 22,682 allocations, IPv6 allocations, there are 22,614 smaller or equal to 29. I am not going to read all the statistics, but the important point here is that about 91% of those can be extended to /28, which is what we are proposing in this text. There are also interesting things like that starting in January 2023, the NCC closed 331 IPv6 additional location tickets and extended less than half of them. This basically tells us, at least is what we can infer, that approximately half of the extensions are not accepted. Okay, so this proves one of the problems that we were discussing in the interim meetings and along the last couple or 3 years. What are the changes we are proposing? We have in the next couple of slides, we have 2 columns. The column in the left is the actual text. The column in the right is showing in blue what we are proposing to change. As you can see, it's very, very small changes, but there are important changes. The first one is instead of having an initial allocation of /32 up to 29, we are suggesting either /32 or /28. And then again, a greater initial allocation instead of from /29, of course, it must be from /28, submitting documentation that reasonably justify the request and so on. Now, next one. Existing IPv6 address space holders, what we are proposing is that the existing holders can request an extension of each allocation up to /28. And the wording of this paragraph has been, let's say, developed together with the NCC to ensure, and this is one of the discussions that we have in the list, that for example, those people that got a lot of /29s cannot break down each /29 in multiple /32s and then request an upgrade for each of them. Okay, so this is one of the discussion points we will see in the next slides. Arguments supporting the proposal. Well, it's a regular update of the policy because we have now better deployment experience and we have the information about the justification for an extension being difficult in most of the cases, and in many cases, /29 is not enough. We are trying also to reduce the overhead and complexity for both the NCC and the justification by the LIRs. Provide flexibility, simplify DNS operations, increase readability of addresses, etc. Some people don't agree with that, but that's our experience as authors. And also we are trying to have the allocations as a single prefix to avoid the abuse that I mentioned in the previous slide. We confirmed with the stats that 91% could be extended, and we don't see, in principle, arguments opposing the proposal. This proposal was initially suggested to the NCC and to the chairs as a more complex proposal. Our idea was not just to do what this proposal is suggesting, but also combine. We had a draft text combining this with nibble boundary allocations. So after /28, we will get /24, /20, and so on. Replace the HD ratio with a table that match the nibble boundary, and then simplify all the process. And in fact, this was presented already in Rome by Jan, Gerd, and Sander. So we had basically the same idea. We initially had a different perspective about how to do this replacement of the HD ratio, but we agree with what they proposed in principle. Again, this can happen if we have a follow-up or a couple of follow-up proposals once the community reach consensus with this, but it may happen also that the community don't reach consensus on this, and we work in the next steps anyway. So this is something that we need to see. And this is my last slide. I have tried to collect here the discussion in the list. There was a question about the justification of the policy change. The policy change was coming from, as I mentioned already, the interim meetings and the experience that we have requesting allocations to the NCC. There was a recent discussion. I responded, I think, yesterday about this at the point of if we want to allocate only /32 or /28, or if we want to allow as well something in the middle. So this is something that we as a community we need to decide. There was a question about if this is a problem because we have an IPv6 shortage. I mean, in the sense to allocate everyone /28. Definitively, there is not a shortage. I am convinced that this cannot create a problem. There is also the point about aggregation on top of conservation, which is contrary to what we have for IPv4. So I think that's one of the goals of this proposal, and also probably the follow-up ones. There was a discussion which basically is out of scope. It's about the billing scheme. If everybody gets /28 and then the billing scheme is changed, and it was responded by I think the chairs of the billing task force explaining that they already look into the policies before suggesting new billing schemes. And then the other discussion, which I think is very important, is what already Marco presented in the previous meeting and also today somehow about the stock billing. I am not sure if this is really related to this proposal, and we can make some changes in the text to make a bigger limitation of those stockpilers to extend only one of the allocations or only one per organization or something like that to /28 instead of all of them. For example, there is one or a couple of them that have hundreds of allocations, and then there are several that have more than 10 allocations. So is that a problem? Now, if we don't do that, the problem is also that they have a space reserved. So how that space will be used? They could only use that if they justify an extension of each of those allocations. So I think with that, we are done. Rins, my co-author, is also online, so any of us can provide any additional inputs or respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi.
Rins, I don't know if you want to say something I forgot already, or...
Have you completed your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, super. We have a good amount of time for questions. Rudiger, I saw you in the online queue, but you're also in the physical queue. Which one do you want to use?
Well, the online queue mechanism is meant to be available to all participants. This is supposed to be a hybrid meeting.
Very good.
Yeah, and sorry, in the last session, I actually raised my hand and then had an urgent call for something else. So yeah, that may have caused some confusion. So I'm Rüdiger Volk, I'm retired, no affiliation anymore. Can we please go back one slide?
Yes.
Well, okay, one more.
One more.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I rarely look into the address policy things. And my involvement in address policy goes back to before our RIPE NCC actually was founded. I distributed IP addresses back then. When I looked at this proposal without having the benefit of all the previous meeting and discussions, I felt that a proposal that says, well, okay, here are the arguments for, and there are no counter arguments. That makes me always very suspicious. And thinking a little bit more about it, if you want to have me propose a counter proposal, a counter argument, well, okay, the proposal quite definitely works against conservation. Whether that is actually an important and serious weight, well, okay, one can think. The other point that I stumbled over is up there on the first bullet, you are saying you are referring to deployment experience. Actually, what I would like to see is there any report that actually tells very specifically what is the observed deployment use of the /29 over the /32 that we had initially. For doing the 29, we had very specific reasons to start it. We did not list the specific technology that we had first in the official policy, but well, okay, there was something very specific, and kind of claiming deployment experience and having no summary of what actually has happened there, I think is pointing to a real gap. And for thinking a little bit further, I would also suggest that we request from the RIPE NCC some summary about what the experience with handing out larger address blocks beyond the initial 32 has been so far. Without clear reports and documentation of that stuff, I would argue that the goal of conserving the address space should not be defeated. Reports may actually very well justify to go forward, but without quite specific reasoning, I think that's not acceptable. Thanks.
Thank you, Rüdiger.
Okay, very quickly, when we say arguments opposing the proposal known, obviously it's from the perspective of the authors, and also which the discussions which the NCC staff. This is an open discussion, so I perfectly understand your points, and I also think that in IPv6, and probably many people will agree with that, it's much more important aggregation than conservation. We are not trying to waste the space. The people can still request a /32 if they don't need more than that. And variance is basically the problem that if you are a very small ISP, you have, for example, less than 50,000 sites, /32 is more than enough. But if you have a medium-sized ISP that have 400,000, 500,000 sites, depending on also how is your aggregation scheme, you don't have enough, which is /29.
Rudiger, I'm going to cut you off here because we need to hear more voices.
One point. The authors are proposing something that is supposed to get the consensus of the whole community. It does not make sense to put in something there where you say, well, okay, this is the authors and the rest of the world, we don't care.
I am not saying that.
Okay. Remco.
Remco van Mook, speaking for myself. I have two observations. One of them is, so in your proposal, you are basically replacing the /29 on the initial allocation with 28, and that's pretty much it. Now, if I'm looking and listening to your rationale in your presentation, which says, well, basically /28s are simply better, and everyone should be using them. Actually, then we should prevent everyone getting initial allocation from shooting themselves in the foot, and just give everyone a /28 and drop this whole /32 notion, because apparently aggregation is so important. So if people think they only need a /32, then in the long run they're probably wrong. So let's just help them and just take away that choice. Second is, this has been a long time ago, but I think I was involved with the text that added the up to a /29. And one of the main rationales behind that was that behind the scenes, for every /32 that was being allocated to LIRs, the RIPE NCC, in the interest of aggregation, was already reserving the encompassing /29 for future growth. And we then thought as co-authors back then, well, if the address space is already basically reserved for that LIR anyway, why not just give them the option to take it right now, rather than at some potential point in the future? And then when this current policy got introduced, what then happened was the RIPE NCC then very helpfully decided, well, so what if the aggregation comes into play and people grow out of their 29? Let's increase the reserved block to a 28. And my concern right now is, if we're going to do this, the RIPE NCC might be helpful again and to take the reserve block up to a 24. And then in 5 years from now, we're going to have the same policy proposal again, saying, well, why not take the whole 24? And I think that's a cycle we need to break through. So if we're going to do this, let's also be very explicit that instruct the RIPE NCC that aggregation beyond that block is not necessarily a requirement. And whether I'm in favor or not of this proposal, I currently have no opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it may be a point to have some additional text to say that the reservation from the NCC should be like that. I don't know what figure, but something to break that possibility, as Remco said. Regarding the /28 versus /32 or versus /29, the first point from Remco, I think one of the open questions is if the people want to have only those two choices, or anything in the middle, as I already said in the slides.
And maybe to add, can I add one thing, is that currently RIPE is already reserving, starting from 2016, a /25. So you can already just reserved, so the space is not given out anymore and cannot be allocated. It's marked as reserved. The second thing is that already 90% of the people, if they have the choice, go for the 29. So we have a very small amount of people that choose for the 32. So I expect also the same to happen if we go for 28. And the only difference is that we want to stick to the nibble boundary in this proposal and not having the option to have something between. So we would like to go for only 2 variants, the 32 or the 28.
Okay, we're closing the mics now. If you're not in the queue, you're not in the queue, but you can always write to the list. If we go to the rear mic.
Dennis from D6V. As I'm correctly understood, for example, if one lir has /29 and the other lir has /29 and do some acquisition or merge, they will lead to some big lir that can have 28. Am I understood correctly?
If you mean if there is a merger and acquisition?
Yes.
They will, and if each LIR has, or each organization has a /29, at the moment, with the current policy, they will get 2 /29s because they have 2 of them already in the separate organizations. If we accept this proposal, then they will be able to upgrade each one to /28.
Got it. Thank you.
Remike?
We have 2 online questions. One from Sergey.
Could you wait? I was asking for the rear mic first.
Oh, sorry.
Richard Patterson from Sky. Having been responsible for that statistic, at least one of those tickets closed on a request for additional space. I, in general, am supportive of this change. My only main concern, I guess, is the /32 or /28 thing. I'm keen for the /28. I don't want that increase to /28 and making it an either or make it harder for somebody to get that 28. So if they just breach the requirement for /32, I don't want the NCC to say, well, you don't quite have enough to justify 28 now, so you're only getting a /32. In my experience, it seems like that is a very real possibility.
And do you have also idea how you want to ask that? What the question that RPC has to ask to the LER?
What the question for them to ask? I guess just make it clear that as soon as an LIR can justify 1 point over a /32, then it's instantly a 28. Make it no gray area in the middle.
Okay.
If you're going to keep the either or option, or open it up to, as you suggested, everything in between.
Well, okay. The point of the current text is it's a decision of the LIR if you ask for a /32 or a /28. It's not a decision of the MCC. That's the idea.
Angela has a clarification.
Angela Dall'Ara, Policy Officer, just a clarification. For the initial allocation, there is no justification in terms of having to document the needs for the network. The justification is to have a plan to implement IPv6 in the next 2 years. So it's a choice currently of the LAR to say how big the size of the allocation he wants to receive between 32 and 29. And it's in this proposal would be just a choice between 32 and 28, but still without a documentation, only with the intention to implement it within 2 years.
Thank you, Angela. I think we need to move along, and we don't have time for responses now. So we can make comments or ask a question, but the questions will need to be answered on the list because we are running up against the clock. So.
Sure. So Dominic Dobrovolsky, Cisco Systems, but speaking for myself, I have a short question because this is regard what has been asked before. So with regards that we previously increased to /29, right? It was one of the arguments was like aggregation, right? Do we actually have the evidence that it's helped with aggregation? And now if we'll also see aggregation benefit before in this proposal, right? Thank you.
Thank you. And Fallon?
So we have a comment from Sergey from NetArt Group. A stockpiling should be considered as the argument against the proposal. And then we have one from Sebastian Jurges from Bundesdruckerei. Sorry, I'm not good in German. There's a middle ground here for every requested /32 allocated in a way that's aligned with /28. Nibble boundary as long as we have enough space makes extending easy while conserving for a possible future.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Rins and Jordi, for presenting. And I hope that we can see you in person in Lisbon.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Remco.
Can we start with the first slide, please? I mean, I love this one. But... So this is a beautiful slide, but it's not the start of my presentation. So can we get to slide number 1, please? I mean, I know I'm asking for much, but. Can I try to? Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Remco van Mook, and I'm here to talk about simplifying the assignment status. Previously on this show, back in RIPE 82, I presented, had a presentation called YPI, which is a bit tongue-in-cheek, because it's a question on the very, very, very old IP request form that you had to fill in if you wanted to have PI space. Then in Krakow, I did the Redux version of that, updated with some 2024 numbers, and the threat of a policy proposal. So that is where we are now. But actually, much longer ago, we had policy proposal 2013-03 by Tora and Malcolm, which was a cleanup of obsolete policy text and aligning procedures with policy objectives. That resulted in RIPE 604, which is at least 12 versions of IPv4 policy ago in February 2014. Why am I here? What I'm trying to do? I'm trying to improve accessibility and simplicity of our policies and the resulting database. What am I trying to achieve? Well, the thing is that our address policy has a global audience. Actually, it's not so much the address policy itself. Thank God we're not being observed by 8 billion people in here. But the result of it, which is our database and what's in there, has a global audience. And a lot of the arcana that are in the database and in our policy have local relevance to us, because we all care deeply about colors of address space and nibble boundaries and everything else. But the rest of the world, it has. So this is local relevance, but no global significance. The result, what we do is reflect in the database, and the rest of the world really only cares about who do I kick and where are they. And the rest of the world doesn't necessarily have the vocabulary that we are using to describe things like legacy. I mean, what does legacy mean? Is that actually still valid? If you don't know, if you don't have the history of how we got here, that's an entirely valid question, because legacy typically doesn't mean something very good. What else? I mean, so how much training you actually need to use a phone book? How much training do you need to understand what's in the right database and INET nums? And understanding what we're putting in the database already isn't easy. Understanding policy, as we're all finding out here, is hard. But actually contributing to policy development is super complicated. I mean, I've been doing this for the better part of 20 years at this point, which gives me some life choices to reconsider maybe. But even with 20 years of going through this, it is hard to figure out what goes where and why did we do things. In the preparation for this presentation, I have been trolling through archives of RIPE policy documents. Some of them are only available in PostScript and files and text to figure out what we intended and what was going on. So I'm trying to summarize, okay, what should we strive for in address policy? And I've come up with the 3 C's for address policy. It's concise, complete, and consistent. And I think that in general, we are failing on all 3 counts right now. I'll try to demonstrate you how and why. But really, my more fundamental problem is that a failure to clean up after ourselves with stuff that's left in there, stuff that has relevance to a 0.001% of the world at some point in the past, really amounts to gatekeeping. It makes it harder for this room, for this group, for the community to actually get people involved and start participating in the process. If it takes 2 decades to stand up here and try to make a sensible statement and have something that fits with policy models that we sort of understand together, that's not good. So moving back to sort of this where I started, I figured let's start off with something simple. Let's look at one piece of the database and try to sort of unravel what it means and what we need. And that's the status field of an INET num or an INET 6 num. And you think that's trivial, right? That just, I mean, how hard can that be? A single field in a table. But the current status field is sort of a conflation between a contractual relationship state and an operational state. And I think that in order to evolve policy, but also the wider organization, the wider structure, splitting those 2 up is probably a good idea, because we shouldn't have lawyers writing engineering documents and at the same time having engineers writing contracts is also maybe not the best idea in the world. So let's look at that. Going to my through the C's, completeness. So question for the room, but I've been under instructions to not open this up to Q&A. So show of hands for who knows which policy documents defines the status fields for IPv6. Tobias, of course, he's been in the middle of it. It's cool, right? We have one person in this entire room and we're the leading experts in the world on this topic. So let me help you out a little bit. So aggregated by LIR is covered by chapter 5.5 of the IPv6 assignment and allocation policy. Assigned anycast is covered by chapter 6. Assigned gets mentioned in chapter 5.5. It actually is not defined. And every other type that we have in the database right now, in the database documentation, has never been identified, discussed, or accepted in policy. When is a tree not a tree? Short answer, when it's a table. You can turn a tree into a table. It's a pretty much irreversible process. It involves saws and chisels, and trees have an apparent hierarchy because every element of a tree has a parent. Tables have unique keys, but data can and will overlap, and that makes it problematic. If you want to see how problematic, I would encourage you to read up on the saga of numbered work item number 4, which happens on the other side of the fence in with our dear friends of the database working group, which led to the introduction in May of this year of the new status of allocated assigned PA. And at that point, when I read that in preparing my presentation today, my head exploded. What does that even mean? Well, what it means is the structure in which we store our data is so broken that we need workarounds. And this is a very big, ugly workaround. Address space is hierarchy, but the way we currently register it does not. If you think of number resource records as a tree instead of as a table, and I understand where the table thing comes from, because back when we started doing this stuff, we had a couple of 100 entries. And of course, the only thing that you do at that point is stick it in a table, put it in a database. That's it. But actually, if you look at it from a tree perspective, that makes mapping it back to reality, aggregation, conservation, blah, blah. Our PKI has hierarchy in it because PKI has a hierarchy. And actually using a table forces workarounds like NWI4, but there's more that I'll show on later. So what would that tree look like? So here's your notional INET num. There's a unique identifier. Interestingly, we also have a net name in there, which turns out not to be a unique identifier currently, which is interesting. We have the block, which is the address space that we're talking about. That block has a parent, which is the unique ID of one further up the tree. Status, is this a stub or is this not a stub? Can this thing have leaves or not? Who's the holder? So who's responsible for this block? And then some additional data like maintainer records and all the arcana and stuff that we like to have on the administrative side. So notionally, what would that look like? I mean, probably pretty obvious, but I thought I'd put it on a blackboard anyway. So here's the root, and we have the blocks that have been allocated to RIPE by Diana, and there's a bunch of them, of course. And then out of that block, and my apologies to Workday in Ireland, who happened to be the random lucky winner of my trawling the database. So you have out of 37/8, the first block out there is 37/21. And there in the next block is 37/08/21, et cetera, et cetera. And if you look and so on and so on and so on. And then what happens inside of 37/21, there's a bunch of assignments that are made to end users or infrastructure that have particular roles. I used green and purple to mark allocations versus assignments. So there should be nothing underneath the purple. And lo and behold, there isn't. But you can see that how you can basically do stack green on top of green on top of green. So in terms of on the same level, you can't have overlap, but overlap in here is absolutely fine because that's simply how trees work, because you have the inherent hierarchy of a tree that already tells you where you are. So all the types of status records that I have been able to find, all the animals in the zoo and what they do. And I decided to add a picture of a tardigrade in there. If you don't know, tardigrades are a microfauna, sort of really tiny animals. They're not bugs, they're tiny animals. and they are resistant to pretty much anything. They're cool. They can stand vacuums. They can stand radiation. They can stand heat. They can stand being boiled. They can live through almost zero Kelvin. Pretty much like our status records. So what do we have? So let's go through some of the familiar stuff first. Let's go for the assigned part of the tree. We have assigned on V6, assigned PA on V4, which indicates that a block of header space has been assigned to an end user by an LIR. Pretty straightforward. Covers 90% of the records in our database. And exists equally in V4 and V6. And for V4, it was defined in RIPE 140, which is the first IPv4 allocation and assignment policy we've had, which is co-authored by a certain Hans-Peter Holen. You may have seen walking around. And I didn't put a definition time in for IPv6 because we never did. Assigned PI, same thing, but instead it's address space assigned to an end user by the RIR via a sponsoring LIR, which has been there for forever. Legacy, which indicates that we have a block of address space that was assigned previous to the existence of the RIR system, which of course only exists in IPv4. Here's an interesting discrepancy. If you look at policy, our policy documents say assigned. If you look at the database documentation, it says allocated. I don't know. Does it make a difference? I guess. Then we have aggregated by LIR, which was first introduced in IPv6 by Marco Hoogwoning and myself in 2011, 2012. Which indicates that a block of address space was assigned to a group of end users. So instead of having to do like an assignment for every single end user that you're handing out a 48 to, you say, okay, this entire block is end users and they all get a 48, and that's it, which radically simplified documentation. So that was introduced in RIPE 513 for IPv6 and in RIPE 822, which is actually this year, as a sort of feature parity in IPv4. Moving on. Assigned anycast. This is one of my favorites. Indicates that a block of address space was assigned to an end user by the RIR in line with the anycast assignment policy. Now, I've talked about this before, and there's multiple problems with this one. It's a misnomer. And the problem with it is that most space that is in use in the world as anycast actually is not assigned anycast because the anycast assignment policy only allowed for top-level domain operators to get a block. At the same time, the policy actually does not require that space to be actually anycast. Unicast is just fine as long as you're still using it. It hasn't been part of IPv4 policy since early 2014 in that same cleanup that I mentioned before by Tora and Malcolm. And it is still part of IPv6 policy. Does it get any? I couldn't find any traces of new assignments in, well, pretty much the last decade. Then on the allocation side, we have allocated PA / allocated by RIR, which is an interesting one because, again, it's called allocated by RIR, but there's no paper trail on who actually decided that it's going to be, this is what we're going to call it and why. Then we have allocated by LIR or sub-allocated PA, which indicates that a block of address space is allocated by an LIR to another LIR or downstream operator, which is a term that then is also has no further definition for further allocation or assignment, which we do have in V4 and V6. Then we have LIR partition PA, which is space that an LIR allocates to itself, which makes, I mean, I guess is useful for very large organizations with multiple maintainers that are not allowed to touch each other's stuff, which was defined in RIPE 234, which is ancient. Then this is this is so good. Allocated unspecified. And it indicates that a block of address space was allocated by something to an RIR for further distribution, and it exists in IPv4 only. And it is defined in RIPE 140, the very first IPv4 policy document we've ever had about allocation and assignment, with this literal text. This type of allocation is obsolete and will not be applied to future allocations. This is from my presentation last time. The 3,600 is the number at early 2024, and the plus 941 means the growth since the presentation I had before that. Actually, I had a chat with Marco Schmidt yesterday to validate some of my numbers, and I think we're 3940 something at this point. So from early this year on, we've added another 400. Which actually makes this one of the more popular statuses that we're using right now. And we shouldn't have been using this literally since 1994. And I had my suspicions on what this is, and I mean this is a whole different issue altogether, because who's using it? It's used by the RIPE NCC, and with the best intentions, because they are using it to document address space that was part of the RIPE address space, the allocation that were handed to RIPE by IANA, but have been transferred out with the inter-RAR policy to somewhere else, which in my view actually is not unspecified at all. It is extremely specified, and I think we would do well to actually make that specification very visible, very clearly documented, because if you look at an allocated unspecified, it has some generic links to, oh, here's the other RARs, try your luck there. We don't know. So yeah. And then we have the monstrosity of allocated assigned PA, which indicates that a block of address space was allocated by the RAR to an LAR for further allocation or assignment, and indicates that that same block of address space is assigned to an end user or infrastructure by that LIR. That only exists in IPv4, and it was introduced in May of this year. Summarizing that in a nice little table. So we have PA, assignments, as PI, legacy. You can see what the role is of the status and what address family it belongs to, and who holds the address space and who's done it and to who. So, and I didn't add allocated assigned to this table because it would just make this table blow up, because it's all, it's just everything. And what my policy proposal or draft at this point aims to do is take all of this, say, okay, what's the contractual stuff? Well, that's the whole legacy, and just focus on the role. What is the role of this object? And it's either you assign something to someone or you allocate something to someone. The from who to who is apparent from the structure, and the contractual stuff should belong in a contract database and not in an operational engineering database. So turning that table, this table, into this, which is I have things that are allocated, and they're responsible is the LIR, and they are doing it to some other IR. We have assigned, which is to an end user, or we have aggregated by LIR, and the person you should scream at if there's something wrong with it is the LIR. and the end user is using it. In summary, the proposed policy is an attempt to move closer a little bit to the goals of concise, complete, and consistent. I will freely admit that the rationale I wrote in the initial draft was a bit rushed and didn't do a good job describing why I want to do this. I think good stewardship requires self-reflection in a more stringent way than we've been doing. And I think we really need to have a long, hard look at what we are inviting people into and what we are leaving behind for the people who try to fill in after us. So I think as a working group, we have a choice. We deal with the inconsistencies. I pulled up the carpet and found the mess. So we were going to deal with inconsistency and clean it up for this proposal. In terms of if we actually simplify the status or we add a simplified rendition, visualization, if you will, of what that status actually means to the records, I'm open to. Or is we decide on a wider approach on the whole policy stack, and maybe Aaron style, take all of our pieces of policy, take it into a single manual with some solid editorial control and review, and move from there. And that's all I have for now. Any questions and comments would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. It's great to have our problems explained in an amusing way. So we have 13 minutes for comments and questions on this proposal and for our open mic. So going to say we're closing the queues already, and please keep your comments or questions really concise.
I think that Tobias, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself and not my affiliation. I think that this proposal suffers from the same issue as trying to revise the PI policy, which is you lift the carpet a bit, then you have all these implications crawling out. And you might have heard some really rattly noises outside. I heard that those are legacy holders, which are feeling a bit anxious about the removal of the word legacy from the database. I do have some ideas of how we can accomplish what you want. I think that the proposal is too big to be done before something like that. And I discussed it a bit with Alex, and I think your proposal actually falls into the same bracket, but that should first be discussed offline. So I'd like to invite that, but essentially we need to go more towards clean slate.
Okay. Thank you. Nick, I'm going to ask you to speak next because Gert's already spoken before.
Sure. Hi, Nick Hilliard from INEX. As Tobias already said, this is an elephant-eating proposal. And I made a comment in Krakow that I really didn't understand what your proposal was going to do. I don't think I still understand it enough, but I do think that this presentation is what you should have started with, but it only goes a certain portion of the way to explaining the downstream consequences of what you're trying to do. So I'd encourage you to continue on this road of trying to tease out what you're trying to do, and then split up this policy proposal into smaller, more bite-sized chunks that we can actually swallow without getting that elephant stuck in our throats.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Tina Morris, AWS. I'm actually in support of this, not going back and removing entries that are already there without careful consideration, but going forward, having that limited selection of states, because there could be implications to things that already exist. I'm also for going through all of policy and thinking about it from an outsider's approach and how difficult it is to understand and clarify. I think we should revisit more sections and more areas of policy here and clean them up and make them friendlier.
Thank you, Tina. So Gert, you have the closing word on this topic.
As proposed on the list, I didn't agree because it would take away information that's useful. So thanks a lot for explaining more the thought process behind it. I do fully agree that making the explanations for the things we do easier accessible, like calling them documentation and actually having a complete documentation, is welcome. Simplifying the status values is also a worthy undertaking. But as I said, I do value seeing the contractual status behind the status. So if we make the status field very simple, which might be a good thing, having that sort of information still accessible, I would see this as a bonus. I don't really have clear roads how to get there, though. But definitely looking at what we do, why we do it, and what we did in 30 years, and why it's also complicated, is a worthy undertaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gert. Okay, I break my word. Fallon, you have the last word.
From Jordi Palet Martinez from the IPv6 company. I always thought that a single consolidated policy manual is better than phrase documents, as we have the only RER that has it is that way. It will be a lot of work, probably needs a TF, but I think it will make a lot of sense and happy to participate.
All right, thank you, Fallon and Jordi. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we still have a couple of minutes for an open mic session, and then we will close. So we had Marco's presentation at the end of the first session about the recap on personal ASNs, and there was a question there at the end which got a little bit of discussion about whether we even need to have the multi-homing or unique routing policy requirement. And I'd like to invite anyone who wants to talk about that to come up to the microphone now. But there might be completely different subjects that people want to raise, and they want to say, hey, this is something that's important to me, and I would like to express it. This is an opportunity. Nick?
Hello, Nick Hilliard from Onyx again. I have some opinions on the multi-homing thing, and partly because this is something that I've tried to make proposals on many years ago. There's no particular resource constraint on ASNs these days. And the important thing from the point of view of the RIPE NCC as a registry is not to try to tell organizations or people what they can and cannot have. It's to record that information correctly. So if there's no particular restraint on a resource, you know, and if people want to have a private ASN, there's no big deal. That kind of gets back to the issue of garbage collection. And I've made the original 50 euros per resource assignment was something that was put into the old 2007-01 proposal, which was the contractual requirements for assignments. And that was put in there very specifically to implement a style of garbage collection. And that is critically important to the entire process of maintaining an accurate registry. It was very unfortunate that the RIPE NCC board shot that down on the recommendation of a previous pricing task force, but they did. But now it's back again, and because it's back again, I don't see any particular reason for maintaining the multi-homing requirement. We have accurate registration, we have garbage collection, we have adequate resources. No big deal after that.
Thank you. Lee, if you could keep it relatively quick.
I think so. Lee Howard, IPv4.global by Hilco Streambank. Too late, not quick. The temporary transfer policy, in Remco's terms of wanting to clarify it for people who are reading things from outside without context, it does not make clear that a temporary transfer does not trigger the hold period, which I had to ask staff, and it does not trigger the hold period after that follows other kinds of transfers. It also isn't clear that a temporary transfer can only occur for a maximum of 1 year. That's kind of an important detail that I think ought to be in policy. So we're gonna have to come back and work on that. Just wanted to raise that to the team.
Thank you. Do you want to be our last speaker?
Yeah, Sylvan from Open Factory. I will have it quick. I just would like to ask everyone to still join us on the first proposal, because I believe the IPv6 PI assignment policy will also clean up the current fragmentation of PA space being used as an alternative for PI. So this should be worked on, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a lot going on at the moment. We've got 3 active policy proposals, and we've got an idea for a 4th or a 5th. So we're going to be busy. We've got a mailing list. I would appreciate if anyone has reflections as they travel home and they want to share them, please write into the mailing list, share your reflections. Doesn't have to be in response to someone else. You can just go and comment on a policy proposal. That is all very, very helpful. With that, I'd like to thank everyone who joined us online on Meet Echo, everyone who joined us in the room. It's been a really great session today, and now it's time for lunch.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Presentation. Then it's the end, right?
Just the transcripts and the information instead of. So he said, yeah, what's the new plan? I think it's good. So we got that.
Good afternoon, everyone. hope you've all enjoyed your lunch. My name is Rob Evans, and along with Janos Jacko, I am one of the co-chairs of this, your favorite working group, RIPE NCC Services. So a little bit of housekeeping first. After our working group, we'll be going straight into the general meeting. If you haven't picked up your badge yet from the counter next to registration, please do so ASAP, because we'll have to clear the room and you won't be allowed back in until you've got your little GM badge. Just double check now, I've got mine. The agenda for today looks a little bit like this. Run through the admin, which is what we're doing now. Mention the co-chair selection process. Then the presentations are very much focused on planning. So planning for the registry, planning for information services, planning for external engagement and community, and then planning for organizational stability. We'll have a bit of time, hopefully, at the end for AOB. A few thanks, first of all. Thank you to Anthony Gollan, who's doing the scribing, our wonderful steno Tina, who will be trying to keep up with everyone's acronyms and language, and Hans Bacher is going to be monitoring the chat and if we have any remote questions. So, unless there are any comments on the agenda, we'll take that as final. We sent around a link to the minutes from RIPE 88. I think there might have been a couple of typos that were noted and corrected. Unless there are any objections now, we shall take those as final. Nope, thank you very much. And on to the co-chair selection process. So, 4 weeks ago, we presented an announcement asking for volunteers to be co-chair of the working group. One person stepped forward, Stefan Wall. Nobody else stepped forward. There have been no objections on the list. So unless you wish to make some now, I'd like to thank Stefan, if you want to step up for stepping up, literally, and helping us chair the working group. Thank you very much, Stefan. But of course, as one person joins, that means one person unfortunately leaves. So I want to make a quick note to say thank you very much to Bijal. So Bijal Sangani has Bijal stepped up to co-chair this with Curtis. RIPE NCC Services was formed from the old LIR working group when it split into NCC Services and Address Policy back at RIPE 46. Bijal was, as you can see from the minutes there, from RIPE 47, appointed as co-chair 1 meeting later. Curtis stepped down 2 meetings ago, so this actually means that Bijal has been co-chair of NCC Services for more meetings than Curtis was. But so I just want to say thank you very much to Bijal for being co-chair on this, actually encouraging me to step up and help out when needing an extra co-chair, and let's see what we can do in the future. Thank you, Bijal. So I shall stop talking now and hand over to Hans Petter, who's going to start the presentations.
Thank you, Rob. So I got this microphone today so I could move around, and that slide just reminded me that before this working group, services working group, there was a local IR working group. And yeah, I shared that working group until it was split into address policy and services working group, and then I shared address policy working group for some years. So this makes me feel really old. So I'm here today to talk about the registry. I'm Hans-Petter Holen, and you know me as Managing Director and CEO of the RIPE NCC. Currently, I'm also acting as Chief Registry Officer. We currently have a job advertisement out for a Chief Registry Operations Officer to fill a space there, but for now, I'm filling that positions as well. The registry in RIPE NCC consists of 3 departments or 3 areas. We have the registration services, who keeps track of all the numbers, the resources. And then we have member services that keeps track on all the members. And these things are connected because we assign resources to members, right? And then we have a registry monitoring teams that kind of make sure that everything is accurate and follows up on through ARC, assisted registry checks, or investigations. So I'll go a bit more into details there. So just to give you a view of what's inside the registry, I'm techie by heart, so I have to give you a sort of an overview of the technical part here. We moved the technology, the software engineering, from the registry department to a joint technology department. And the next presentation here is by Felipe, so he will talk more about the plans there. But just to give you a view of what's behind the LIR portal that you use to modify your resources, you know, the information about you, the resource holders, about your number of resources. There is a ticketing system, there is our internal control room, and it's the registry as such. We have, over the last number of years, introduced online ID verification. So we use a technology provider for that. We have a direct sync with companies' registries through a third party, and we're doing continuous sanction screening of all our members. And we, of course, have your favorite system, the billing system, that we send you invoices once a year, so you can pay us to do our job. And the output from this system you can read either in the RIPE database, publicly available, or in the extended delegations file. So that's kind of the very high-level overview of the inside of the technology in the registry. And the reason I'm showing you this is that the complexity here has increased a lot over the last 5 years. So how do we measure success in the registry? We care about you, we care about our customers, therefore we use industry standards like the Net Promoter Score. Ask you when you have closed a ticket, can you how likely is it that you will speak highly about us to others? On a scale from 1 to 10, and then we use the NPS method to get the number, the percentage of 9s and 10s versus the percentage of the detractors, 1 to 6. And we then get the score of 83 for the last quarter. And this is consistently high in the above 80s, which is extremely good. So that is, you know, how we not only measure this, but we also use these feedbacks, but because we do more than just asking these questions, you can fill in why, and you can give us feedback, and we use that in the learning. Both the negative ones and also the positive ones, so we can see, you know, on the highest scores, why did we score high, and we can learn from that. The other question we ask is that how easy was it for you to get your problem solved? And here we score 6.5 on a scale up to 7, which is truly amazing. Now, one of the things when you're a customer that you care about is actually getting an answer and you want it now. So we have an internal target that we want to give you same-day response. And hitting a target of 99.1% is really also in the high ones. You know, we have set the target that high, but you would normally think that you should maybe use an 80-20 principles on this. But I think it's really important that we have an internal drive in order to make sure that we do respond the same day. So registration services, the first department, what we're going to focus on there next year is automation. And of course, this is something that we need to work closely with the registration services on. And the big focus area going forward is not the members, but the so-called end users, the holders of provider independent space, which we also need to monitor and understand whether they're on sanctions list and so on. So therefore, we need to automate this process as well. And Marco then says that this automation will mean that we will lower costs. No, that we want to do by shifting these people into more interesting tasks and more in-depth investigations and so on, where we need humans rather than the things that can be automated. We also have work on improving the way we record registration data and the updates on centralizing records in the system. And I think if you were here this morning in address policy, I think some of the things that Remco brought up is really something that we should think about also for the sake of, you know, making it easier to maintain this set together. We're responsible for maintaining the core registry. You're responsible for maintaining all your delegations in the database. And if there are too many choices, this gets complicated and maybe not accurate. What we also done every second year, first 4 years ago, we did an audit with an external firm, EY, on how we do sanction screening, both on the how we followed the processes, but also if they were fit for purpose. And we did one now at the beginning of the year for transfers. We plan another one at the end of the year to have external reviews of what we're doing, and that's also feeding into a culture of continuous improvement of processes. And as you can see here, we are around 20 people. I just went back, 20 people in this department, and this is mainly staff expenses. It looks here that we're increasing it, but that's comparing to last year's budget, and the budget was one-off, so it's really a steady state on this department. The main driver in this area, if you look at the right half of this pie diagram, is transfers. Regular transfers at the top into RAR, mergers and acquisitions. Then you dive into legacy, which takes, it's a small piece here, 1.5%, but investigating and figuring out whether it's the legitimate holder of a registry, that takes proportionally much longer time. Because showing proof that you're representing the same entity that got these resources assigned in the 80s, that's a tall order. Now, PI sponsorships is also a big chunk here. And this is also not a one-off. I see proposals of why don't we just do a one-off fee for PI? Well, we need to know our customer continuously, so it's an ongoing job with those. We don't have a direct contract with them. That's your or members' responsibility to maintain that contract, and that may not always be well understood, and there is a lot of discussions around this. ASNs, well, we've talked about ASNs and charging for ASN numbers. ASN numbers to the members, that's not a big deal to keep track on. ASN numbers to their customers, and when you go into private persons and private persons in different countries, that's a much harder job to keep track on. And they also receive resources from the RIPE NCC, and we need to know those customers and keep track on them to make sure that they're not sanctioned. Then we still do some allocations. There is a big chunk of other questions, and you can see a tiny bit of questions regarding RPKI here, which is kind of good that it's so easy to use, so we don't have to ask questions. Or maybe it's a bit sad that not more people ask questions about it and deploy more. So moving to member services, the big focus there now is to improve the billing process, and that's an ongoing thing. We plan to send out the invoices for next year as early as possible in January, and I really would like to urge everybody to pay the invoices as soon as possible so that we can be done with billing and do something more interesting. We also carry out verification checks on members and update their contact information. And we have now working on further enhancing our online chat service, which has been very popular, and I think takes like 5% of the ticket load or something right now. And we've also here started a broad review of procedures to look for ways to optimize them, both by making the procedures and processes smarter, but also see if we can automate some of those. Looking at the pie chart here, yeah, well, you can clearly see more than a third is actually billing tickets, and I'll talk a bit more about that. And a third of those, again, goes to finance for updating in the finance system. RIPE database, general NCC questions, and then we have some automated registry follow-ups and so on, which are manual tasks from some of the automations that we need to follow up on manually. So some of the automation we do is not perfect, it's not 100% automatic, it causes tickets to come into the system that needs to be followed up. And you can see here also 8%, so kind of one person out of the team works constantly on following up on the abuse information. And if you heard me yesterday, I made a comment that we've now gone down from more than 6,000 tickets a year in this to the steady state now. So it's been quite a lot of work to get this pretty simple community. Well, the decision wasn't that simple from the community to verify abuse C contacts, but it's, you know, it's costing us you know, millions to implement such things over the years. Billing. So I compared the numbers from finance and the numbers from the ticketing system here. And as you can see in February, that's the due date for the invoice. That's 30 days after we've sent the invoice. Then you're supposed to pay. If this had been Netflix, your screen would have gone dark on that date, right? No, the ripency is very nice. We think that, oh, maybe you haven't received the invoice, so we send you a reminder, and we send you a final reminder. And then after 60 days, we put a banner in front of you in the portal. And then we also send emails to everybody in your portal in case your billing contact has been on vacation for a couple of months. And then after 90 days, we block your access. And you can see here on the tickets that there is quite a lot of tickets going on after the due date. So if everybody paid on the due date, we could, you know, save a couple of months of ticket work here and do other interesting stuff. So next year, the board decided that we would move the portal blocked from 90 days to 60 days to really push you into, you know, please pay before we do any work for you now. I saw somebody suggesting that then they should get the discount, but, you know, it really works the other way around. We've served you for a couple of months without your payment, so please pay. New chat, you can see that that's been a success. We had an older chat before, but from we started in 2021 up to now, it's really, you know, 3,500 tickets we expect this year. And with the recent update now, you can select the subject and get directly to the group of people that are experts in this so that you can get better and quicker response to your tickets. So we're really looking forward to see that. Registry monitoring. So maintain the accuracy of the registry. What does that even mean? That means that somebody needs to check that from time to time, right? And we need to check that it complies with the right policies and right procedures. So you, the community, make policies, and we then need to make procedures on how to implement that. And we need to check from time to time that we do that. We do that through assisted registry checks. And here in this budget, we're planning to add one person to the team, so we will increase it from that. But we're also automating this. So we have just released internally automation of the system that we use to do ARCs. And the next step is, when this is in a steady state, to look at how we can push that into the LIR portal so you can do a self-service request. Now, of course, part of the concept behind assisted registry check is that we actually talk to our members, you know, email, phone, to stay in touch with you, and maybe other things are popping up as well that is worth looking at. So we don't want to completely automate this, but if we can do registry checks more often, currently the target is everybody once every 5th year, I think that would be an advantage to everybody. I mentioned sanction screening, the continuous review of how we're doing that and streamline this is important. And in this part of the budget, there is also some of the software subscriptions for the back office. So the staff expenses here are only 84%, but as you can see, this whole area is heavily driven by personnel costs. Looking at their pie chart, it's much simpler, right? It's ARCs, 2/3, and then it's registry review, which is what you can find in our contact screen, form as violations of right policies and procedures. People actually go there, click and report that, and then we investigate. Or reporting incorrect information in the RIPE database. Well, the typical report is that this abuse C contact doesn't work, right? So that's kind of the workload split in that team. So I did mention a couple of times no closing of members. Now that's not specifically in this team, but across all the 3 teams. And more than 80% of the closures we have are initiated by the members. And why would the members leave us? Well, it's not really the members that leave us, it's the closure of LIRs. So the title is actually wrong. It should be closing LIRs. I see that now. That's because of the weird policy we have that, no, you can only get one block. So you have to open another LIR. So why have we created this complicated thing that causes a lot of work for us in both opening and closing? I think that's a good question for address policy to see if we can revisit that. But going back to then, why does the RIPE NCC initiate closure? Well, the vast majority is non-payment of invoices, right? So if you don't pay, we will eventually close you. It took 120 days according to the other slide. Then 2% bankruptcy, 12% stops responding. So if you stop responding and we, over a long period of time, are not able to reach you, we will eventually close you and deregister your resources, because otherwise those resources would be up for hijacking. And then, unfortunately, we have 5% we closed because they submit untruthful, falsified documentation. And then 0.5% due to incorrect information being registered. And this untruthful information, after the board resolutions in 2013 and 2017, we are reporting those to the authorities. Currently, we report that to the Dutch police, and you can see that in 2024, we have now already hit the same level as we did in 2018. And it's an interesting question, why the huge increase? Is that because there are more fraud going on, or because we are better at detecting it? That's a good question. I think it has been increasing. It's also interesting to look at where this fraud comes from. I didn't put in the name and shame here, but top one on the list. We don't know whether the fraud comes from that country, but the members that are targeted, or the LIRs targeted, they're in the UK. So why do we only report it to the Dutch police? Maybe we should report it to the UK police and have them do something. I just spoke to a colleague from ARIN, and for him it's much simpler. He calls the FBI and they actually take action. So, you know, I think that's something that we consider, because we as a registry, we can't just sit there and accept attempted fraud being taken for resources that could be worth potentially millions. So this is, you know, getting from funny engineering into serious business, unfortunately. Sanctions investigations, you've heard about this for a long, long time. We are then monitoring and getting sanctions hits partly on members and partly on end users. That's the PI space or individual ASN holders. And there is a tiny bit of investigations that we do on inter-RIR transfers. We do sanction screening on all our vendors and consultants and so on. So this is something that we systematically take very seriously. Violating EU sanctions is a criminal offense, so it could ultimately put me in jail, and I don't want that. So out of the 1,600 automated sanctions alerts we get, we end up with 12 sanctions entities, and you can see the breakdowns here. We still have a backlog of 270 something that we haven't started, but there is 1,333 that we have verified that are not sanctioned. Because this is, you know, somebody with a name in Cyrillic or some other language being transliterated into Latin and then in a database, and it may be a match, and we need to check that, oh, it was or it wasn't. And it may not only be the company or the person, but it may be the company that owns the company or a board member of that company or their owner or their owner. So it's not a trivial process. And yes, the matching is automated, but not the conclusions. Accuracy of the registry is something that pops up. We started to look into this now, and this is going to be a focus area for next year. As a side effect of the sanctions project, we are matching all of our members automatically to business registers. We do that through a third party that again has electronic connections and matching with business registers in different countries across the globe. 96% of those of our members are matched there. So what about the 4%? Well, if you look at our mix of members, you will see that 2,000 of our members, they're natural persons. No, they will naturally not be in a business register. So if I take those out, 99% of the businesses are matched. Now that's a strong indication that the information we have about them is correct. It's not a guarantee. And the missing ones, there is that may be an indication that we need to look into them, and we are investigating those. It doesn't mean that it's wrong, but this gives an indication that the accuracy of this part of the registry is pretty high. Something that's not so good is on email addresses, where we know that almost 4% of the email addresses in the registry that we use, they bounce. So we need to dive into that. We have verifications of abuse. But unfortunately, we didn't implement that across all email addresses, and that is something that we look into to see how we can use the same method and technology to make sure that both billing addresses, organization addresses, and all the registry contacts are also verified. So if email starts bouncing, we need to contact the registry to make the member to make sure that it's updated. And that's the last slide of my presentation. We want to make sure that we shorten the verification process next year. We want to automate procedures. We want to maintain high levels of ticket resolution, provide more multilingual support. And just to give you a peek into this 5.5 million that the budget here is, roughly 500,000 of that is actually business licenses, plus staff training, travel, and so on, and the rest is cost of staff. So then back to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Hans-Peter. Do we have any questions in the room or remote or on the chat? Nothing on the chat.
No questions. Really?
Well, Hans-Peter will be back on the stage later, so you've got time to think. Right, with that, I would like to hand over now to Felipe, who's going to talk about planning for information services for next year. Thank you, Felipe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe. I'm the CTO at the RIPE NCC. And today I'd like to share our planning for information services for next year. I'd like to start my presentation with the main objectives that we have for information services next year. The most important one is to ensure the security and compliance of our services. Coming second is supporting the registry to improve accuracy and efficiency. Then is support the organization to make decisions based on data. And finally is to keep our costs within budget. And you're going to notice that these objectives, they set the tone for the rest of my presentation. So what I'm going to do now is go through activity by activity and share the main objectives for each activity, starting with the LAR portal. First, a short explanation what this is about. Pretty sure that most of you have interacted with the LAR portal in the past. It's the in-house built tool where you can manage your resources and also update your registration information. It's closely integrated with the RIPE database, with our ticketing system, and the registry software. And this activity also includes the operation of the registry backend and many of the internal services that support the operations. Like, for example, single sign-on, RIPE meeting software, GM software, and so on. We have three main objectives for this area for next year. The most important one is to enhance the security of the services. We're going to do that by standardizing the SSO protocol to use OpenID Connect. Enable security-related features, like, for example, better protection against leaked credentials. And finally, improving the security of our internal and external APIs. And that's linked with phasing out MD5 hashes, which is an objective for the RIPE database, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. The second goal is to improve the registry accuracy and efficiency. We want to do that by automating processes and also by improving the UI and the UX of the LAR portal, with the main goal to make the updates to the registry easier. And finally, supporting the organization to make decisions based on data. So that's all about implementing a data warehousing tooling to be used by the rest of the organization. We have started this process this year, and we're planning to carry out in 2025. Internet infrastructure. So here we have three activities: RPKI, which is a certification system that allows network operators to prove the legitimate holders of IP addresses, and that's a tool that's used for routing security. RIPE database, which contains public information about IP addresses in our service region. So it's the public-facing part of the registry, if you will. And finally, DNS, which is in our case includes provision of reverse DNS services for the address that we manage, plus secondary DNS to support the reliability of these reverse lookups. As part of DNS, we also operate kroot, which is one of the 13 root name servers of the internet. So let's start with RPKI first. Our top objective here is the ISO 8000 Type 2 audit compliance. Just a short recap. ISO 8000, it covers controls for data security, availability, process integrity, and confidentiality. The Type 1 audit, which is the one that we just got, basically assesses whether the controls are operational, which means that we have implemented all the relevant controls. And the Type 2, which we're going to get 1 year from now, assesses whether we have been implementing these controls over a certain period of time. So in between the two audits, basically. In our RPKI program, the main goal here is to provide a consistent and uniformly secure RPKI service across all the 5 RARs. And that's a joint program we're doing with the other RARs. Finally, improving the usability and functionality of the service. So that's about enhancing the ROA history or having enhanced ROA history insights, supporting new RPKI object types, like, for example, ASPA. And finally, improvements in ROA and ASPA operator support, like, for example, having a near real-time BGP information. So we do have BGP information in the RPKI dashboard, so you can see the announcements for your prefixes there. However, the information might be up to 8 hours old. So we want to get something closer to near real-time. RIPE database, enhancing security, that's the top goal. We want to phase out MD5 hashes. They have no security vulnerabilities. And we want to replace that with API keys. So I'd like to take the opportunity here to thank many of you who have provided feedback about our approach. And it's a delicate balance between easy of use and security. And when I have to make a choice, we lean towards security. So if you still have questions, feel free to approach me, go to the microphone. Yeah, my colleague Ed is also around, so feel free to approach him. Improve service resiliency. So that's all about improved resistance towards DDoS attacks, and also modernizing deployment and management of our applications. So that's done through a containerization and the usage of Kubernetes. And finally, implementing the latest ITF standards. So improvements to RDAP, which is the new generation for WHOIS, and also NRTM version 4. And the idea here is that we keep the RIPE database services consistent with the other RARs. DNS and kroot, the main goal here is to keep the service solid and stable. During this year, we carried out a number of outreach activities with the goal to increase the number of kroot nodes and auth DNS instances, and we're going to continue doing that next year. In parallel to that, we're sunsetting the ns.ripe.net service. We have started the process in the last RIPE meeting. My colleague Martin Pels presented in the DNS working group about this. And we're planning to complete this sunsetting in January this next year. And if you have more questions about it, my colleague Anand presented in the DNS working group this morning. So you might want to watch the recording or see the slides. Internet measurements. RIPE Atlas is the leading internet measurements network that provides information about connectivity of networks worldwide. RIPEStat, which is a web-based application that provides current and historical information about internet number resources. And finally, RIS, it's a route information service, which provides source of data about the state of routing worldwide, both current and also historical data. So starting with Atlas, the main goal here is to increase the value of Atlas to our members. So we're going to be looking into information that we already have, also information that we can potentially collect in order to provide insights on the networks of our members, and then display that, for example, in the LAR portal. The other goal is to implement known use cases to look into things like connectivity debugging and network monitoring and how we can best support that either in the UI or through APIs. RIPE-Stat, the main goal here is to improve the UI and the UX of the service. Based on some user research that we did earlier this year, we have decided to decommission what we call the new UI, which was built in 2020, and consolidate everything on the UI that we built earlier on in 2013. So modernizing the stack and looking at the user experience and so on. The ultimate goal is to make a nice UI for all of you. And in parallel to that, to restore historical data. So that's a lot of content here to cover in a small bullet, but in essence, due to the exit of the data center, we have to move some data sets around in our data center. And unfortunately, some of the historical data will be unavailable during a certain period of time. And we're in the process of restoring that. So this unavailability will only take place once we complete the migration, which should be done in about a month's time. We're going to publish a labs article getting more the detail, why this is the case, and what you can expect going forward. Finally, RIS. The main goal here is to modernize the RIS data storage. The main goal is to ensure that we have a cost-effective solution to store historical data. So to do something similar that we did for Atlas, but this time for RIS. So that will be a huge project for RIS for next year. In parallel to that, we're going to focus on data quality, basically continue what we're doing with our selective peering strategy and looking for peers in geographical areas that are not covered or other relevant networks. IT support. So in the activity plan, IT support is a single activity. However, internally, we have two different teams. So IT engineering, which provides the backend, the infrastructure, and the network connectivity for the internal and external services of the RIPE NCC, like RIPE database, RPKI, etc. And IT support, which manages operation of the RIPE NCC's internal services, like applications that we use, our hardware, laptops, the meeting room infrastructure, and also the excellent technical service that's provided during the RIPE meetings. We have three objectives here: enhance security and compliance. So that's all about implementing the ISO 27001 certification and the ISA 3000 Type 2 audit. So you can see there's a lot of compliance work going on in information services. Modernizing our infrastructure. So that's all about containerizing applications and also doing the lifecycle management of the hardware in the data centers. So basically replacing old hardware with the newer, faster, and better ones. Cost reduction, that has been a big focus for this year, and it will continue being a focus for next year. We're reducing the data center footprint from 46 racks, so that's what we had at the beginning of this year, down to 22, which we're going to have by the end of this year, and then further down to 10 by the end of next year. So in terms of cost savings, this is 850K, what we budgeted for 2024, and it goes down to 360K in 2025. And the budget for 2024 already included some of these cost reductions. So it doesn't refer to the 46, refers to less than that. There will be higher cloud costs associated with this migration, however, at a lower pace. So we expect to have net savings in the end. So it will be around 200,000 euros less by doing this change. Since we're already talking about money, let's continue. The budget for information services next year is 12.2 million euros. So that's a 1.6 increase when compared to the 12 million that we had in 2024. Most of the services, they are basically stable in terms of costs. For example, RIPE database, DNS, RIPE-Stat, and RIS. Give or take, it's pretty much the same. Now, where we have differences is on the LAR portal. We're increasing by 2 FTEs, and we're adding 1 extra FTE in IT as well. And that's basically a replacement for long-term consultants that we have. And this will be a cost-neutral operation. And these are the last long-term consultants that we have working in information services. So we won't repeat this going forward. There's also a reduction of 400,000 euros in RPKI. That's mostly due to consultancy costs that we had this year and the years before to implement ISO 3000 compliance framework. And these costs are no longer necessary. And also the service has been pretty stable last few years, so there is no need for further investment. The IT support costs also got reduced due to the data center downsizing and Atlas increase, but it's mostly a shift of infrastructure costs that used to be in IT support, and now they basically moved to Atlas. We're expecting something similar next year. We're going to see a further reduction in IT support and then an increase in risk. So then you can see in each activity how much exactly is being spent. So that was pretty much my presentation. The key takeaways were particularly looking into security of our services, like focusing on LAR portal, SSO, and RIPE database. And a lot of this involves complying with international standards. We're also improving our work processes, like, for example, by introducing automation in the LAR portal and the registry procedures. And the main goal here is to increase efficiency. And finally, focus on improving the user experience from several services like LAR portal and RIPE-stat, and also continuing to modernize our data storage and infrastructure behind several of the services. And we expect that these projects is not just one, there are several different projects, will lead to significant cost savings and also efficiency gains. And some of these cost savings are already materializing on the budget for next year. That's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Gert.
Yeah, Gert Döring. On the improving security thing, I do agree that improving security is a target, but it's not a target in itself. So achieving maximum security is when you have turned off all your machines and nobody can get any work done anymore. So there's a fine balance between making more and more security and achieving the point where it's annoying the people that have to actually work with these mechanisms. And we've had this discussion before, but I want it on record. I think the NCC is going towards too much security in some aspects right now, making it hard to actually use the result. You asked for feedback, you got feedback, you ignored the feedback. So what should I do with that result now? I'm not completely happy with the outcome. Let's phrase it just that way.
Well, thanks. And I completely agree with you that if the usability of the service is really too hard, it actually decreases the security, leads to things like people writing passwords and then putting on the desk and so on. So I completely agree with you there. And we heard all the feedback and we took into account. However, we also have to make a decision on which direction to go. And yeah, we are concerned about, for example, one of the issues that we discussed was about the shared credentials, that you have an employee that has access to a certain API key, and then this person leaves the organization and then still have access to that API key. So that was the reason why we decided to invalidate this API key when somebody leaves the organization. In other words, not to allow shared credentials. We understand this is an annoyance, and in many cases, it might not work. I had a chat with Sander the other day about this. It is a trade-off, and ultimately, we have to make a decision. I'm happy to have a chat with you later on as well to see if there is a better solution for it. But we heard you. It's not like we just ignored.
Yeah, we have a question from the chat as well.
Yeah, there's one question by Yuri Bogdanov, and the question is, how much does RIPE-NCC pay per rack in the data center per month?
Well, I have to do a rough calculation. So let's say if it's about 1 million for the 46, 20,000, something like this per year. Yeah, I don't have a calculator in my brain now, but yeah, something about 16,000, 20,000 per year per rack.
Thank you. And if there are no more, then thank you very much, Felipe.
Thank you very much.
And next up, we have Hisham to talk about external engagement and community building planning. Thank you very much, Hisham.
Hello, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, other than doing karaoke at night, I also am one of the executive team members at the RIPE NCC. I'm responsible for community engagement and continuing with the presentations that we did. This is the third budget line in the budget area in the RIPE NCC activity plan, which I'm going to walk you through now. So, if you read through the budget, you would see three budget lines within community, external engagement and community. The first one speaks to community building and member engagement. This is basically all the work that we do to engage members throughout our service region. This meeting being one of them, regional meetings that we do outside of Europe, all the work that the comms teams does, all the work that the community development team done, and others as well. The idea here is that we keep the community engaged and informed about all the activities that we're doing, but also the latest in the internet and how to keep up with that and share your opinions across various platforms. The second one speaks to learning and development, where basically we offer in-person courses throughout our service region to our members, but we also offer online webinars and e-learning for the entire community. That way, we've been working on this for a few years. It is cost efficient, but also open to the entire community without it being too expensive on members and giving the members a little bit more dedication with the in-person training. And the last bit here talks to the coordination collaboration that we do. The RIPE NCC is part of a much bigger internet governance landscape. We play various roles there. You hear Felipe talking about the role that we play, for example, with K-Root in the root server zone. There's also a lot of geopolitics happening and tensions and digital agendas that we are part of those discussions, and we bring the community's perspective forward. I'll be covering a little bit more on that in a second. We also produce in this area reports and updates and do research into the resources, internet development that helps us with some of these discussions as well. So since we're talking budget, starting where from Felipe ended, this is a view of our budget for 2025. We have been optimizing our structure and our teams and our workflow for a few years now. I think I first presented on this in RIPE meeting in Berlin, which is 84, if I remember correctly, about the structure that we have. And since then, our structure has been quite stable, which is why we, at this point, do not necessarily feel that we require more FTEs. In fact, as you're going to see in one of the slides, we might be going down in one of the areas. We also have been doing a lot of work in figuring out how to optimize the workflows, how to get the best results with the budget allocated and be efficient on it. We've gone through that for a few years, which is why at this point, we don't necessarily feel that we need an increase in budgets because we're not launching any new activities. So we're only seeking some market corrections here and there because of, well, the cost of everything else going up. The main cost in this area is the meetings and events. Obviously, organizing an event like this is quite costly. We report on that transparently in the activity plan, but also in the annual report at the end of the year. The other one is staff travel. If you look at the graph under there, community building, which is where the majority of the travel is stable. We're not asking for an increase there. So even though prices of tickets are going, we're optimizing, as I said, about this stuff. So we're not necessarily asking for the market correction there, but it's more on the efficiency gains that we're getting. But it is still a big significant part of the budget, not just travel to a meeting like this, but also to engage with members that cannot come to this meeting. A couple weeks ago, we were in Kyrgyzstan, where we engaged with 280 community members at the regional event that we do there. That wouldn't necessarily engage at a RIPE meeting here, so we had to fly a number of staff to engage with them there. Now, going down into a little bit more detail. So while we report on the 3 lines aggregate in the activity plan, there were requests for more clarity. So we break that down a little bit more into 6 items. You can read more about them in the activity plan, but I'll go quickly into some of the details here. So like I said, the community building and membership engagement, we are focusing on ongoing projects and developing and refining the processes. You're going to hear me say that across all the bits, right? We're not planning any new big rollouts. However, with the efficiency that we're getting and being more optimized, and with the return on investment that we're seeing from some of the work that we've done over the past years, you will see us putting out more reports. You will see us putting out more engagement elements without it costing us more now, because now we're just reaping what we sowed. We're going to continue to do national engagements. If you remember last year, the GM, there was, no, not last year. When was that? For the activity plan for last year, for this year. Now I'm confusing myself. For the 2024 activity plan, there was an additional 200K that was allocated towards national engagements. It was originally cut due to budget cuts. However, we heard the membership, and the board heard the membership asking at the last GM not to do so. So it's been in the 2024 activity plan, and it is in the 2025, and hopefully moving forward. So we do now have an allocated amount, around 200K, towards national engagements, and we use that for stuff like NOGs, we use that for hackathons, and we use that for some of our engagements there, like RIPE NCC days and such, which we cut off this year, but we're bringing back next year. And we're quite efficient in how we use this money, and we're optimizing on it to be able to do more. Our goal is to make engagement easier throughout our service region, but also localizing in some of the languages, which is also feedback that we've been hearing since last year and this year. And we have already been producing a few reports. One of them was how to acquire IP addresses, a report that was very well received. And we are doing more community translation efforts now to get that into other languages because of the demand, especially from the non-native English speakers. And this slide is, you know, I usually joke, I could just put up this slide and go back home, because this is just a reflection of the work that we're doing. This is round the year calendar. So because we haven't done MINOG and the Middle East Roundtable yet, this is why you see photos from last year. But everything else is engagement from this year, whether it's the Roundtable in Europe, in Brussels, it's the Roundtable in Southeast Europe, it's the SEE meeting that we do there, Southeast European meeting, RIPE 88, the CAPIF, the Central Asia Peering and Interconnection Forum, and the Internet Measurements Day that we've done actually a couple so far, Romania being one of them. And we have Turkey coming up next week. This is as close as I get to being an influencer in my life. The marketing team, you've walked around, you've seen the brilliant work that they've done with the marketing initiatives here. I took a snapshot of the elevators, and yes, I know all the jokes about them not working, especially the ones with that baby. I know, I'm waiting for the working group that shall not be named, but just to show the power of this. So I ended up posting that on my LinkedIn profile. And as of this morning, it's around 39K impressions and 26K members of LinkedIn. You can see the shares, the reactions and stuff. Like I said, this is the closest I'll ever get to being an influencer in my life. And I've become obsessed. Like I just checked before I came up, and we're at 41K, you know, yay me. So yes, great work for the comms team, the marketing team. They're really doing a great job here. And you can see already, I know the differences in the meetings and the elevation of the levels that we're doing here, which is really appreciated. Learning and development, well, so for learning and development, like I said, we have these learning experiences that we've been optimizing over time, whether in person or you can learn on your own pace through the academy, which is showing really great results. We are improving on our current offerings for next year. We're adding a few more courses related to measurements and tools, but also on BGP. And we are planning on delivering on more of the in-person training because we now have the hosted training that we're doing. So anybody interested in hosting a training, please do that. That allows us to not ask for more money, but also be able to do more, which my teams love to do. And as you can see here, in terms of the budget, the majority of the cost here is actually the personnel that do the work. So this is really quite cost efficient, and we've been working on that for a few years. Also, another shout out that shows the collaboration here. So we ran a summer learning campaign on the academy where we told people, if you finish a course, you will get a free voucher for a certificate. And if you get the certificate, we're going to ship you a t-shirt. And guess what? T-shirts work. People in our community love t-shirts. And I know you might not recognize me because I'm not in my famous IPv6 Hack Now t-shirt, but you know, I'll change right after this. Anyways, wrapping up, we also have the coordination collaboration work. This is all the work that we do with engaging with governments, with responding to consultations, with signing MOUs. If you're interested in this work, I am doing a quick presentation in co-op tomorrow, talking about some of the questions and information requests that we're getting from the different engagements that we're seeing. We have a team of people throughout our service region that are dedicated in understanding what's happening in Brussels in the EU, what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in the SAN countries, what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia, to have a better understanding of the ever-changing landscape, especially with all the tensions that we're seeing in the geopolitics, and the increased focus from governments of understanding how the internet works. Now, we see our role here as we work with governments to help inform better public policy, but also we relay back the thoughts and the ideas from the community and how to get that engaged. And that's something that we've been doing a lot of. And like I said, co-op tomorrow if you're interested in hearing more. But we've been producing, like I said, more insightful reports, and I can show an example of that here. Yes, so we've done a lot of work on research and data storytelling. So as you can see, we have two big reports that we published this year. Earlier in the year, we published a benchmark report about IXPs in the Middle East. That was very well received. We're planning on doing a continuation for that next year, focusing on another service, part of our service region. And that was produced in both English and Arabic, as you can see. We recently launched the How to Get IP Addresses for Your Network report that shows, based on a market survey that we've done earlier this year, and it gives all the options that we've heard from the members of how they get addresses. There's been great work from the registry, Marco, and the comms team and the CCIA in putting all this work that was done through the market survey into this is how the RIPE NCC can help you, and this is how you can get more informed about these things. Really well-received reports, really high praise. And like I said, this is one of the things that we're looking into more language support for. But then you can see also we've invested time and effort into building pipelines that makes it easier for us to produce insight. That speaks to our goal of wanting to be a center of technical expertise when it comes to data measurements and insights. So you can see here for the SEE meeting, the Southeast European one, here's a snapshot of a report. It's a much longer report that we produce on RIPE Labs, one of our most successful engagement platforms that people, not just the RIPE NCC posts on, but community posts on their opinions, and they have discussions and they have debates on this. So the SEE report, but also if you can read, I don't know how visible, in Cyrillic, the Central Asia Peering Forum, talking about stuff, everything from RPKI to IXPs and routing it into connection and resources and everything else. Now, how all this stuff fits together. So starting from the bottom left, my left, your right corner. Like I said, we have been working for a number of years now, I think in the third year of running, we have as a top company priority being a center of excellence for data and measurements to provide insights. Now you've heard the great work that's happening in technology. Felipe has already covered that. And now we, as customers of that, internal customers of that, take that data that is collected through the different data services that we do, and we correlate that with the insights that we have with engaging with the community. We correlate that with our understanding of what's happening out there, and we produce these reports. Now, these reports feed into our engagement with the community, like I said, at the SEE meetings, the RIPE meetings, and the other regional events. But we also use that for our training activities if you go to the other side. And all of these three elements together is what we use when we go sit down with a government and discuss with them issues related to regulation of the internet, why things are the way that they are, why something might impede the operations of the internet, or help them understand better where they are in terms of their networks. And yeah, key takeaways here is basically we're focusing more on the processes. Our goal is to make things easier for our members, and we continue to build strong relationships with our governments and be the voice of the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Is this a microphone?
It does, Nigel.
Oh, good afternoon. Nigel Hickson, UK Government, Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. I'm not a RIPE member, but delighted to be here as a European government. And just two comments from me, if I may, following that eloquent and comprehensive overview of what you're doing, what RIPE NCC are doing in the international engagement area. And the two comments are, one is that this is incredibly timely that you engage in these activities. We as governments, of course, have our responsibilities and duties, but we are in a multi-stakeholder environment. We're in an environment where governments can only do so much. And much of the excellent work is done by stakeholders, various institutions such as ICAD and the RIRs, to actually tell people what you do, to explain the importance of your work. This is so important. And secondly, the engagement that you do in wider fora, such as the consideration that you gave to the Global Digital Compact, the consideration you're giving to the WSIS Plus 20 review processes. These are no doubt, for some of you, somewhat outside the normal work of a RIR, and of course they are, but they're important in the overall operation of what we do. They're important because they affect the overall internet governance ecosystem that we all work in. So thank you so much for all the engagement you do, and it's really great taking part in your activities. I was at the round table in Brussels, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Nigel. Highly appreciated. And like I said, if people are interested in hearing more of what we're doing there, cooperation, I'm speaking there, and see you there. Thank you.
And finally, we have Hans-Peter Storken, planning for organizational stability. Thank you, again, Hans-Peter.
Thank you. So then it's me again. Now you heard about the registry, you've heard about the information services, the technology behind it, and you've heard about the communication outreach. So then it's only the rest, right? What else do we need to make the RIPE NCC ticks? We need offices, we need facilities, we need administration. So there is part of the budget there. We need somebody to take care of the people in the organization. And we have around, I used to say 42 because that's such a nice number, but it's actually at least 45 different nationalities in the RIPE NCC. So we're an incredibly diverse organization. While I don't like too many policies, we do need policies and guidelines to keep all of us on the same line. Legal, as you have heard in many cases here, we're talking about new regulations here and new regulations there. Staying on top of this is a lot of work, and I need a strong legal team in order to make sure that we manage that. Finance, well, we need to pay our bills and you need to pay us, so we need a finance team to make sure that happens. And also keep us true to or not spending more than we have budgeted and maybe even spending less than we have budgeted, because there is possible to do it smarter and cheaper. Information security, risk and compliance. Yeah, Gerd said just that it can never be 100% secure. No, I'm not looking for 100% secure. I'm looking to avoid data breaches. No, it doesn't matter how much money I spend, there will still be a breach. Hopefully we can contain it. Hopefully we can respond quick enough, and hopefully we can minimize the damage. But in today's world, the world is getting harsher. There are more cyber attacks linked to political. There are more kiddies out there that wants to test security. We need to stay ahead on that. I have some people around me that look after me, and we organize board meetings in the office of the managing director and so on. We have a RIPE chair that we support, and we have established a Middle East entity that will be just a new legal construction for our people in Dubai. So the facilities, we have an office in Amsterdam Centrum. We're renting an office in the Amsterdam Central Station, which is a brilliant location. We've been there now for soon to be 10 years, and we're looking at what next. The current contract expires sometimes in 2026, so we're considering should we stay there or should we move somewhere else. That also is linked to will we return more to the office than we have. We have a very flexible working from home policy, maybe a bit too much, because the value of getting together, as you see in this meeting, is really so easy to underestimate. So this is part of what's thinking here, but this admin team also books travels for us, and with the increased security issues in the world, that is not a trivial task anymore. Making sure that we only travel to safe places and that we do so in a cost-efficient way is also something we do. Human resources. There is a lot of focus on well-being and mental health. I think meeting each other helps a lot, not sitting just alone, but there is more we can do to support staff in that, and that has focus in the Netherlands, and we're staying ahead of that curve to be proactive and make sure that we then don't end up with burnouts or other issues. We are introducing and carrying out the talent and succession planning process we developed in 2024, so we will start to execute on that. And no, I don't plan on leaving, but in 10 years I will retire, right? And then there should be a plan for what happens. So actually taking that really long-term view into that is important. And that's not only about me, that's about all functions in the organization. Increasing diversity, that's something that's close to my heart. I said we had 45 different nationalities, and I'm really proud of my exec team, which is really 50-50 men, women, but there is more work to be done, both among engineers, both in middle management and other places. So that's something to think about when it comes to diversity. Age is also a differentiator. There is a lot of energy in young people coming directly from university or coming from other places and bringing in new things in the organization. That's really lovely, and we need to make sure that works well. There are also regulations coming along enforcing us to report on our CO2 emissions, and that may be a bit strange for an organization like RIPE NCC, but we do travel a lot, and that's specific in the regulation, so that's one of the things that we already started to work on. There are also regulations coming on pay equity, so that obligation is a couple of years ahead, but we're starting to plan for reporting on that as well. Legal, I already mentioned that. There has already been a presentation on ICP2, the document criteria for establishment of new regional internet registries. That's taking a lot of effort to assist the volunteers on the Adus Council to do that. Review of the articles on the voting procedures to make sure that we stay up with both legislation and technology is something that we're looking into next year. And then review of EU legislation. And if you are getting bored and want some reading material, we've included some reference material for you here. So you can look up GDPR, e-privacy, DSA, radio equipment directives, and so on and so on. I kind of said I wanted a more exciting slide here, but you know, if you like this stuff, there is a lot of exciting reading in this article. So I mean it. Finance, continue to focus on cost. CFO has changed his business card into Chief Frugal Officer, so he really wants to set the tone with us there. Supporting the charging scheme task force, that's important for us to make sure that we hear members' views and get a good charging model for the future. Setting up and implementing financial management for the new Middle East entity. And then one of the really big problems since I started is how do we collect money from ultra high risk countries? That's not really sanctions related, but it's kind of indirectly. It's banks do not want money from countries like, for instance, Syria and Iran because of the high risk or ultra high risk. They think that these could come from sources that are sanctions or in other ways linked to money laundering or something. And then, of course, the finance department is only so good if they can't produce reports that the people that spends money can use and stay on top. Information security risk and compliance. There's been a lot of talk about compliance, and we're not doing ISO 27001 or ESI 3001 for the sake of it. We're doing this to increase security and document that we have done so. A lot of the regulations that are coming our ways give the government a right to audit us. I want to be ahead of that curve, so in the case we're covered by NIS2 or DSA or any of these other frameworks, the government don't have to come in and audit us. We can give them a report. And we can give you, the members, a report or a certificate because a lot of you will be and are regulated by NIS2. That's very clear from the directive. And you need to ensure that your suppliers also have adequate security. So this is why we are putting more money into security. 24/7 monitoring of our infrastructure, continuous threat detection and response capabilities, that's important there. Enhance identity governance and administration. Yeah, you don't want your usernames and passwords to get in the wild, right? We have introduced and enforced 2FA on you. Yeah, that's a pain, I know, but it is for a reason. We do not want unauthorized people to get access to your resources. And that goes to API keys as well. I mean, look at best practices on how GitHub and other does this. They are linked to an identity and they do expire. We need to be ahead of the curve and make sure that API keys that you could potentially use to get access to information or change information do not get out in the wild. And in order to automate a lot of this paperwork that we have in place now, we're introducing a governance risk and compliance platform. And when I'd all done this planning and presented this to the board, or Eleonora did, they said that, this is not enough. We would like to add to this budget. So we actually increased it with another 900,000, I think, in order to make sure that we have enough there. So yeah, well, if you blame me to be too paranoid, then the board is even more paranoid. So I think we're in the same boat there. So to give you a view of what are the teams doing, we have an information security team of 6 people that are doing security governance, monitoring, vulnerability management, detection and response, incident management, advisory awareness, product security, and supply chain security. That's a lot on 6 people. So that's one of the areas that I'm then considering spending more of this money that the board put in here in. On risk and compliance, we have a lean and mean team of 2 people doing risk management and compliance standards into 27001 and the SOC 2 area. And we're adding systems and processes here for identity governance and privileged access management. And what we're seeing if we put more people and more systems into this area is that's going to put more pressure on the technical teams. So part of this may be that we need to use some of this money that we put in this budget on the technical teams in the DevSecOps area. So some of the plans in information security are very firm and well planned, but the board gave me additional money here, and we need to make more detailed plans on how to spend that. And the purpose here is really keep the registry secure, keep the internet in the region secure, make sure that if an incident happens in our systems, it won't affect you or your networks. I mean, that's the main thing here. Office of the Managing Director, yeah, I'm there to keep the board happy, some things. We do 4 board meetings a year and 2 general meetings. And then there is a budget here for the executive board members to attend regional meetings and roundtables. I think that's really important, so they get out to meet the meetings. And we will next year start the next strategic planning cycle, which will go from 27 to 31. And then the aim here is that we have a plan that we can approve in the spring 2026 general meeting. So now I'm trying to do really long-term planning here, not only a new 5-year strategic plan, but also being well ahead of the curve to start that with engaging you into what should the direction be for the next 5 years. And there is also initiative here by Remco, talked about, he's written a labs article we had both at the last meeting regarding, is the current setup fit for purpose, do we have the right funding, and so on, and that will easily fit into the strategy process. We have some contributions to other organizations. There's been a lot of questions and discussions around that. We put the community project funds on pause, so we will evaluate that. There has been a labs article on those projects and the outcome of them. And we have for 3 years supported the Open CSERT Foundation when that TFC cert moved out of the academic networks. While we may continue to do that, there is a 10K budget here. We will not continue the 50K for 3 years commitment that we did initially. Right now they're up and going on their own, if we find something interesting to do, we will do that together. We're working with ISOC on the ground to do joint engagement where that fits both of us. We are still supporting ITF because we believe that's important. We're using their standards. That needs funding. We are putting money into the NRO to coordinate and with the IANA services. And I think with that, there is only the right chair left, which we of course support. And there is a chair election process starting now, but there is budget to fund the salary of the chair and the travel. And that summarizes up to the total budget of this area of 11.3 million. And yeah, what I'm doing is keeping the NCC working, implementing new legislation, security, securing funding, and manage risk in general. And then I've spent all my time, and there may be time for one question. Anyone?
Well, as it happens, we've got plenty of time for questions, assuming there are any. Nothing online? Nope. Okay.
And this is the time to, not necessarily here, but send to the members, discuss, questions or suggestions for the budget, because this will be approved by the board in December. So there is time to make adjustments and change the focus. So this is not a done deal yet, right? We'll present a bit more on this in the GM as well, and there will be opportunity there to ask questions. So, feel free. This is where we want your input.
Yeah, and I think I was speaking with Janos earlier about how we really want to encourage a bit more discussion on the NCC services and as well as the members discuss this. So please have a read through what the NCC is trying to do. Please comment on what you think the NCC should be doing, and have discussions. Now, if there are no more questions, then it's time, and there's nothing else for AOB. We do have time for some AOB if there's any. If not, I will thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much to the NCC speakers. You'll all need to leave the room, please, because the general meeting will be in here and you'll need to show your GM badge to get back in. That will be in half an hour. So thank you very much for your participation. Enjoy your coffee and see you later. See you in Lisbon.